Okay. Testing. Testicles, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I can hear me, but can you hear me? That's the question of the day. Well, also, hang on. No, it's still working. I did have a slight issue earlier where my computer glitched and I lost all of my microphone um, privileges. So if that happens, please let me know. Um, if I see it glitch on the screen, I'll know that something might have gone wrong. But keep an eye. If I lose microphone, let me know. I'll have to get Holly or Roger up at that point to keep the stream going whilst I restart the computer. Right, let's start with the hellos. Let's go back to the beginning. Lost Souls Paranormal, Rob C, Jack Door, Bleach Demon, welcome to you all. Soul Rebel, good evening. Barry, welcome. Roger, of course, welcome to you and the lovely Mrs. W. Good evening, Crafts. Mr. Rainbow, good evening. Tiffany, hello. Kaz, hiya. God bless the UK. How's your little Thai boy at the restaurant? God bless. You didn't touch tips when you was giving him a hug for your freebies, did you? Peter Bishop, good evening. Surf, hello. Moo, nice to see you. Rob C. I'm not sure if I said hello to you already, but I'll say it again. Who else we got? Scott, good evening, my friend. Stuart, nice to see you. Welcome. Lisa, good evening. Doing well, thank you. Hope you're well. Hiya, Stitch. Ricky, nice to see you, my friend. Grumpy Sapper, good evening. Peter Bishop, good evening. Rob C. Oh, I've said Rob C, haven't I? Twice already, maybe 3 times. There you go. Lucky Rob. The Lodger. I'm a swinger. Hello to you both. Wolfie Mum. PS and I abusing power was shared. Yep, good friends of the channel. Paul's a good man. Welcome. Hope you enjoy it this evening. Bearded Vet, good evening to you. Lost Souls Paranormal, stop it. Joseph Benoit, good evening. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. And I think we're up to date. Lord Jim Dandy, I'll be needing a haircut soon. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I can almost run the tips of my fingers through it. In fact, I can pull my hair now. I can actually pull it. So yeah, it's getting there slowly. As God bless the UK, got a friend from Thailand. God bless the UK. Goes to a restaurant now and again with his missus, and apparently the guy at the restaurant has a thing for God bless the UK. And God bless the UK is completely happy to throw all of his predispositions aside and rub tips with the guy in order to get a free drink or two. Oh, I can't wait for him to come on now. But there we go. Do I like a bit of hair pulling? Well, I don't know. I've never really had hair, to be honest. I mean, I have grown it once in the last 30 years. However, it was right back here still at the time, so it looked a bit fucking silly. But now I think I can grow it, without too much of a problem. I fucking have a fringe at some point. Amazing. Alpha Sue, good evening to you, my friend. Hope you're doing okay. Barry Cullen, your first time in chat, so be gentle. Okay, well, Barry, we do have some rules, and I'll do this for anybody that's watching. Capital letters, YouTube think that YouTube algorithms and stuff, capital letters in all, if you do a sentence and it's all capital letters, then YouTube will see that as potentially shouting, because that's what it is on the internet, in it, capital letters, and they think that there's shit going on and stuff. So it can have an effect on the channel, or so I'm led to believe. So anything more than a word, in a sentence, if you just want to highlight a word, that's fine. And if you do like a whole sentence in capitals, apart from one person, there's one person we allow, and that's because we know that he's got sight issues. But other than that, the moderators will remove comments that are all in capitals. And also, if the moderators ask somebody to stop doing something and they don't, then they'll get timed out. If they do it again, then they'll get the boot. It's I want people to be able to have their say on here. Absolutely, I do. But if it's something like targeting somebody, so if not just you, anybody, if you're having a conversation with someone or an argument with somebody, and it's continual, then that can be seen as targeting and harassing somebody. And I don't want this channel to be somewhere where somebody feels like they're being targeted or harassed. But other than that, it's pretty much fair game for most things, apart from what we already know YouTube don't allow. So I hope that's okay with yourself. If it's not, we're not going to get on very well, because that's the rules of the channel. But we do try and be fair. We understand that sometimes people forget, and people might get upset or pissed off by somebody and whatnot, which is why you won't get booted just for doing that. You'll get warning before you get a timeout. So you get a few chances at least anyway to sort of get to grips with how we run things on here. But welcome anyway. So I didn't want to make it sound like you're a new person and put all this pressure on you. I just thought I'd use that as a push to tell everybody, just to remind people. Bailey Newton, good evening. Who have I missed here? Gary Hart, welcome to you. Dunk Blue Nose, welcome. Billy F, good evening. AD, Sea Dog Sniffer, that's an unusual name. Subliminal Art, Daniel Berry, Victoria, hello, welcome all of you. Thank you for joining us this evening. Tonight was supposed to be a members live stream. We haven't done one for a while. High legal activity. Hi, Mr. Nobody. However, I completely forgot, to be quite honest with you. So for the members, I do apologise for that. We will have a members live stream at the beginning of next month, and we'll go back to doing the beginning of the month members live stream. However, even on those members live streams, if it gets very slow, for example, if we've only got a couple of people in or a few people in and whatnot, then I'll probably close the members one down and open a public one. But I did promise to give members a private live stream, members only, where we can talk and discuss things in a much less hectic environment. So yeah, so there we go. Right. Hi, Daz. Edward, good evening. Okay, as normal today, as with 99% of other live streams, we're going to open the phone lines up shortly. In a few minutes, we'll get them open. We'll take some calls till about 10 o'clock or until people don't want to phone in anymore. And then we'll go to the panel until 12. I do have to get off at 12 o'clock tonight. I know last week I hung around quite a bit longer, but because I've done that, I now have to make sure that I'm gone by 12 o'clock this evening, because I have got things to do tomorrow. But for the next 4 hours, I hope that you are entertained in somewhat or in some way. But while we're giving people a couple more minutes to jump on, is there anybody that has anything they want to say in Hello Resist in the comments? Anybody want to ask any questions? Anybody want to share some information? We'll give it another. I know we'll give it another 5 minutes before we open the phone lines. But if anybody has got something that they want to say in the comments they want to talk about before the phone calls start, please pop it into the comments while I have a swig of Coca-Cola. Oh, and I've got no alcohol tonight either, people. So yeah, things shouldn't descend into utter chaos like they have before. On many live streams. Just Coca-Cola tonight, so I'll either be bouncing off the walls or quite boring. What does my t-shirt say? My t-shirt says, "This is my pride flag." That's what my t-shirt says this evening. Although it is getting increasingly hard to be proud of a country that screws its own people over the way that we are being screwed over. But we do know that that is a political thing, and I don't really do politics. I've not been to Speaker's Corner Subliminal Art. No, I would like to go, but unfortunately, um, walking around London is not something that I'm capable of doing at the moment. I tried it on Armistice Day, and I thought I was going to need an ambulance to get out of London. Thankfully, I didn't. But this is all due to me having the strokes. But walking or getting into London on tubes and trains and then getting from the station to where I need to go is very, very hard work. But I would like to go. Please, could you explain anyone who has a Ring doorbell and police ask for footage? Thanks, police are really pushing for people to register their devices. I do believe Ring doorbell have actually said recently that they're not going to give the footage to the police anymore. Now, they did have some kind of handshake agreement with the police, if you like, that they would pass. If there was an issue, a situation, then they would pass over the footage to the police. I think that a lot of people complained about that, saying, look, that's my data, that's my fucking, that's my doorbell footage. You've got no right to give that to anybody without my permission. No, I don't have a Ring doorbell, so I don't know if, in the terms and conditions, when you accepted it, you gave up your right and allowed them to do it. But now they've said apparently that they're not going to do it. So if the police ask you, then again, all they're doing is asking. You don't have to give them, unless they've got a court order, you don't have to give them anything, just as you don't have to talk to them if you don't want to. But I, Michael, but again, if the police ask you for your footage, you do not have to give it to them. There's nothing no law that I'm aware of that says you do, but they can, if it's something serious enough, ask a court to provide an order for them to get that footage from you, at which point obviously you have to, otherwise you're in contempt of court. But yeah, if the police ask you for footage, you are quite within your right to tell them to jog on. I've had the police at your door 3 times since having yours. Yeah, unfortunately they will. That they see something that's going to help them. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that you shouldn't give it to them under the right circumstances, right? If there's a child that's missing, and you've caught them on your camera because they've walked past your property and it's picked them up, then fine. Say to the police, look, I've got the footage. I've seen them walk past, and we know they went in this direction. That kind of thing, fine, absolutely. You see somebody getting the shit kicked out of them, or murdered, or something along those lines, then fine. By all means, nobody's going to have a go about trying to help somebody get justice in that situation. But if it's just the police, being dickheads, like they are in many cases, asking for stuff that isn't really fucking relevant, it's not a serious crime. Personally, I'd tell them to jog on. I'd look at the footage myself. If I've got something, I'd send it to them and say, there you go. But I wouldn't be doing it for them. I'd be doing it for the person who has been, sexually assaulted or stabbed or whatever it might be. But again, entirely down to you as individuals how you deal with that. But you don't have to give them the information. Um, yeah, no, you're right. No, Scott, absolutely. But the thing is, I think that we do need to help each other as people, as human beings, as neighbours. We do need to help each other. Um, when it comes to things like that. But if it's just, if it's something stupid, if the police are after somebody for leaving a bacon sandwich on the floor and it just so happened to be near a mosque, for example, I wouldn't wouldn't really care much about that. Uh, the same as if somebody turned a fucking crucifix upside down outside of a Catholic church. Not that the police would chase somebody for doing that, but I wouldn't give a shit about that. You know what I mean? It's not, not major. But if it was a major incident, then yeah, um, I would consider giving it to them, even without them asking. To be honest, um, just so I can look after my fellow neighbours. Uh, Keeping it as a deterrent, yeah. I mean, you could always put it on the outside on your front door and not have it hooked up. People see it and think, "Shit, I'm going to get filmed." They don't know if it's hooked up or not, do they? So, yeah, using it as a deterrent. I'm not suggesting that's what you've done. 11 seconds, by the way. But yeah, you could just pop it up. Same as people have dummy CCTV cameras. It will put off a lot of people from committing any offences in view of it. But obviously not everybody. Hiya, Kaylee. Nice to see you. Or singing songs outside the church. Yes, yes, that was an interesting situation. In fact, I did actually email the young lady who was told off. I can't remember what her name is now. Something London. I've got it in my email inbox. I did email her to ask her if she would come on to the channel and have a chat. Harmony, that's it. Harmony London. I did email her. I did get a response. However, by the time I got a response, she said the Met Police have issued an apology, and she sent me a link to the I think it was a GB News interview that she done with them. However, I would have still liked to have spoken to her on here. I think that she must have felt humiliated. I know she's a Christian and she's forgiven them. Totally understand that, and I respect that. Somebody that can forgive somebody who's humiliated them like that, I respect that. But I would have liked to have asked some questions that I don't think the other channels had asked her. But there we go. There we go. We try. We can, but try. But obviously, GB News and that got there a lot quicker than I did. But anyway, Greta Thunberg's case got thrown out because police didn't get witness statements. If it was public order, they can do public order without witness statements. They can do public order with the police's statements without members of the public making statements. Right. So I'll give it 50 seconds and we'll get the phone lines open, guys. And Roger, I did get rid of the little heart down in the corner, especially for you, because I know how much that annoys you. It is a pain, to be honest, because if somebody puts a comment in there that is that needs to be deleted straight away, you have to wait for another comment or two before you can get rid of it. Which is a bit silly, to be honest, but there we go. Right. Guys, can you tell me if this is loud enough? Hopefully you heard that. Can you tell me if that was loud enough? Yeah, good. Brilliant. Right, there we go then, guys. 0151 528 9590 if you want to phone up and have a chat. Again, you can share a story, whistleblow, talk shit, call me names, or if you just need somebody to talk to because you've not spoken to anybody all week, that's what we're here for. That's what these live streams on Sunday are about. We will talk about anything, and if we can help somebody through any sticky times they might be having, then we're more than happy to do that. Remember that mental health is something we talk about a lot on this channel as well. Hello, good evening, and welcome.
Dan.
Hello, mate.
That is very, 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 very. Let me just get you on speaker. Hang on, Dan. Can you hear me, my brother?
I can.
It's very lovely to talk to you, Dan. I feel honoured. I feel a privilege. I feel like a cosy blanket's gone over me, cashmere style.
How you doing, Scott? You all right, mate?
I'm all right.
Good.
I'm all right, my brothers and sisters in the side chat, and my brother Dan. It's been we spoke, didn't we, last week?
We did.
And I was in fine fettle last week, and I'm still fighting the good fight.
Good stuff.
And still sort of, marching forward in a positive way that, I hope and pray that we all are doing. I was going to talk, Dan, I hope you don't mind, about, we touched base there, a couple of I think one of them's called the Lodger.
Right.
In the side chat there, we're talking about the police. And, I've got a great affiliation to our brothers and sisters in the police force that are getting let down, okay, because we're all family members here.
Right.
As I said to you before, there's one heaven, there's one hell, and there's the test that's in between. Now, many false positions of power organisations that I call soulless, and establishments that are called, that I again call soulless because they've adopted and they've employed a lot of soulless brothers and sisters that have stood soulfully with the devil. Mm-hmm. These people are coming after the best of human beings.
Yeah.
They're coming after me, coming after you, coming after the brothers and sister auditors, and coming after the brothers and sisters in the side chat, because they're not going to be coming after the ones that have stood soulfully in hell with them. They're coming after the ones they can't get. And I have been told to take my life by 101. I have been called a thug by 101 and someone calling herself Ruth. I have been played up by 101, which is the non-emergency line. And I believe strongly I've been gang stalked and I've been targeted and I've been ridiculed and I've been set up from many, many years ago, Dan, when I was a millionaire self-made businessman. One, the mother of my son's involved. Two, a corrupt police officer's involved.
Yeah.
And these things have gone on now for 19 earthly years of my life. It's caused the worst helm for me to self-harm on top of universal credit and many other subject matters that you wonderful family members of mine know I go through. And the wrongful arrests I believe that the police have been doing on me, I believe they're just a route for them to bully me on 101. Because I have been bullied, I can tell you all, and I'm no liar, okay, about no subject, spiritual, soulfully, my walk in heaven with Father Jesus, and all my being my brothers and sisters, okay? The police have 100% gang stalked me. They have 100% been bullying me because I've got no earthly mother and father. So I'm on my own. I'm easy pickings. I'm bent up like a wire coat hanger. And they've nearly drove me to death. Now, it's worse, I attempted suicide because of the police. And in tears. And was wrongly remanded for something I didn't do from a laughing magistrate. And when I then get told I need to ring 101 to find out why I'm still on bail, and why this is happening and why that's happening, I'm getting met with hostility, rudeness, and absolutely soulless behaviour. This is a route for them to then attempt to try and rubbish my character again, which I swear to Father Jesus and God above, they will never, ever, ever fucking do. Now, one good thing about the brothers and sisters, and I excuse my language there, Dan, just to give it some emphasis, as I say to Father Jesus, the swearing is just to deliver it like a goddamn sledgehammer. The police that thought they could bully me are now realising they can't. And they're now realising that I'm gathering some traction with my own brutal honesty. There is nothing better than honesty, okay? And eventually it shines through like a lighthouse out deep at sea.
Yeah.
And my light's shining out, Dan. And these people ain't going to bully me, these devil shapeshifters, okay? Because I'm going to absolutely annihilate them. Any brother or sister that works in a false position of power that doesn't want to be joining me and you and many other family members back home in heaven, feel free to step up to me, Scott Andrew, on, because I'm not here to fold over like origami and pull my bum cheeks out, okay? It's not happening no more. You're not riding me like Seabiscuit. You're not lying about me saddling up to the liars that have been lying against me. Neighbours from hell that I was warned about, though. The neighbours are obviously good here. The mother of my son has been lying and lying and lying for years, and when I was with her, and then after 19 years later. I'm not here to be wrongly put on bail. I'm not here to have my mental and physical health affected.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what wrongful arrests do. And I've been for 30 words on Facebook. So Lee lied about me about threats to kill. I was on bail for 4 years. I did not threaten to kill anyone. I'm religious, not that it comes into it. It's just not the way I'm made, okay, to threaten to kill someone. So all chucked out after 4 years of bail. That had a massive effect on me, as I've explained to you, Holly, Danny, all of the family that I've been on this chat, and my brothers and sisters that know me for 30 odd years. Now, she got away with that. I had sleepless nights for 4 years. I was in tears because I loved this woman. We produced a wonderful, lovely, beautiful son, Jimmy Joe, together that I've been robbed of because of her disgraceful conduct and earthly lifetime behaviour. Now, she can go around lying, but no consequences. I had about 30 words on Facebook. I've been on bail for a further year and a half nearly for 30 words on Facebook, which are not 30 words, they're truths. And if you don't like my truths, then don't read my Facebook because there's nothing but truth all over it. It's all I speak, Dan.
Yeah.
It's all I post, my family. I'm a truther. And if you don't want the truth, then don't come and speak to me. Because you ain't going to like it if you stand with the devil, because I'm going to tell you about yourself. And the desperation that you might then correct your earthly lifetime manner and get yourself soulfully back home to heaven on D-Day, which stands for Destination Heaven or Destination Hell. Simple as that, innit? Now, 100% the police need to get rid of these scumbags out the police force because they are costing good police officers their souls.
And it's not just that, though, Scott. Sorry to interrupt you there. You've got several impacts on the public from this, right? You've got the fact that that it means that we've got dodgy people on the streets who are supposed to be there to help protect our mothers, our grandmothers, our sisters, our children, right? I'm not so asked about me, right? I've called the police a few times where I've, to report things purposely to see how they would react to it. Actual crimes, okay, that have been committed against me, and I've called them, and they NFA it all, right? No further action, can't do nothing because it will cost us money to, look into stuff, right? So I'm not asked about that. But but having these bad people in a service that is there to protect our loved ones, okay, we are constantly on edge, right?
Yeah.
When something happens to them. We've also got the additional situation of the cost. You've got a lot of people who are still now on paid suspension who have been for a year or more, okay? Hundreds and hundreds that are on paid suspension. They have been for a long, long time. They're getting paid to sit off, do nothing. Right? What's going to happen at the end of it? They're going to come to their fucking misconduct hearing. They'll either get a slap on the wrist, told to go back to work, which, fine. If that's, if they deserve to go back to work because it's not a serious situation. But many of them will then quit, get to keep all that money that they've been paid whilst they're on suspension. And I think that they need to turn around and say, right, you're on suspension. If you're found guilty by the time the gross misconduct hearing comes around, if they find you guilty, you've then got to pay back the money that you've been paid.
100%.
Right? If you found not guilty, fine. Then you know it's absolutely fine. We've paid you. You know, we suspended you. You keep that. But anything else, I think they should have to pay that money back. That would encourage them, I think, to turn around and say, "Fuck it, I'm going to leave." Before they get too much money out of our fucking pockets, basically.
So and also, yeah, 100% with you, Dan. And also, what we need to do as an organisation, an establishment that's got our family members working there. As I said, there's one heaven. There's not 5 heavens, okay? There's one heaven, there's one hell, and there's this in between. Now, if these brothers and sisters want to make it home when we're at end times, and everybody's talking about end times, and I am telling you, we are at end times, okay, all of us. We better start getting these people out, as I said earlier before you started talking, my good brother Dan, our good brother Dan, because we need to start listening to people outside of the likes of Thames Water, outside the likes of Banks, Western Barclays, and many others. We need to start listening to family members that are outside the uniform, okay? Nothing makes these people more honest than me. Nothing. Not their uniform, not their job title, not the fact that they're calling themselves inspectors or sergeants if they're in the police force, or Mr. Bank Manager. You're not more important or as truthful as I am just because you put a uniform on. And we need to get this notion now completely corrected, because for at least 20 odd years, when the devil was roaming this world, before we defeated him in the spiritual warfare battle, we've had organisations and establishments that have just been having devil shapeshifters working for them. Absolute, some of the most disgusting and vulgar people are working in government facilitated organisations and establishments, Dan.
Yeah.
And they are. And that is a fact. Now, if the police didn't start rubbishing truthers like me, Scott Angel, on, Pastor Carl Brompton's another one that's being bullied in New Zealand by the police for his truth talking, and they started listening, perhaps Caroline Flack would still be alive. Perhaps Sarah Everard wouldn't have been raped and murdered brutally by a police officer portraying himself as a protector and server. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't trust these people to protect and serve my Carlsberg beer. Yeah, I wouldn't send them to the pub bar with a £5 note and expect to have some change out of it. These people are absolutely vulgar. And like I said earlier, Dan, and many of you family members in the YouTube, as well as my earthly friends of 30 odd years and 15, 20 years, the police bullied me years ago when I was a self-made millionaire and laughed in my face, one particular officer, saying, "Good luck proving it, Mr. Horn." Because he knew full well that it'd be my word against his, and he'd stuck the mental health label on me.
Yeah.
Now, these people do the things they do. They think they're getting away with it, and I'm here to let them know on your live chat, Dan, whether they're listening or not listening. And when I passed over and I went to heaven, that was because of the police's bullying for some 19 years, as well as everybody else that bullied me. I wouldn't have been on that tangent. I wouldn't have been drinking myself to death. There's been times I was on your live feed show and I cried. Like I'm 6'2" and built like the side of a house, but I broke down in tears, and that weren't no crocodile tears. I'm not Lee, I'm not Gemma, I'm not these narcissistic Amber Hearders. I'm a real truthful, honourable, wonderful human being, Dan. And when I broke down, it was because I was a complete loss, that the police are supposed to protect us, and they weren't protecting me. They were allowing these people to absolutely destroy me. Not only have I lost my business and my 6-bedroom house from corrupt Barrymore kind of corrupt mental health hospital from yesteryear, I lost my business because they told my stationery and printing customers I was unwell against my will and without my knowledge. So I was wrongly put in that hospital. I had an independent doctor say that it is inhumane to section this man. There is absolutely nothing wrong with him. So I have been gang stalked. It happens. It happened to Brian Harvey. It happened to me. And these soulless monsters have cost me everything I worked 16, 17, 18-hour days for. The joke of it all, my family members that are being honourable to listen to this, is even when they've bent me up like a wire coat hanger, my wonderful brother Dan, right? And I'm laying on a bed now on the floor, and I've got no food, and I'm struggling to make ends meet, and you family members have helped me out, as well as my friends have, okay? These people have still been allowing the people that are responsible for this from 19 years ago, Lee, the police, they're still allowing them to affect my life when I'm close to suicide. And for one of the operators, when I said this to him in 2019, when they wrongfully arrested me off of threats to kill that Lee made, and they locked my cell door that should have been open on a 24-hour open cell watch and refused to open it, I attempted lignature, Dan, and nearly passed over in the cell. So For them to then down the line, when I was trying to get the CCTV evidence of this, to tell me to just do it then was absolutely barbaric. Now, I could have come off that phone back in 2019. You know the story, and so do my friends, because I've told you it when it happened, right? I could have come off the phone, my wonderful brother Dan, and all the brothers and sisters in the side chat, and I was so low that particular time from what Lee done, not seeing Jimmy Joe, obviously, that was really affecting my health and balance.
Yeah.
I could have just thought, okay, I'll show you. I'll do it. I'll do what you told me to do, operator or agent from 101. And these people I reported, and they got away with it, Dan. And everything that you report to these people gets swept under the carpet by the idiots overly protecting corruption, which is what IOPC stands for, or DPS, deviants protecting Satan, or CPS, criminals protecting Satan. This is what these people and their narrative stand for. Because I'll tell you something now, Dan, as I know you know, and all of the family here know, because we're all on the same hymn sheet here, yeah? If I'd taken my life, Lee gets away with what she's done, Gemma gets away with what she's done, the police get away from what they've done, and the mental health act get away from what they've done. I go down as a statistic.
Yeah.
Well, I refuse, Dan, to allow these people to rubbish my truth and rubbish my character, play me up on the phone to try and character assassinate me, or dare to speak the mental health card because they wrongly put me in hospital to stick a sticky label on me. Because that's exactly what they done that for. They put me in the mental health hospital knowing what they were doing to me, knowing my house was burgled the same day as that wrongful sectioning. Over an £100,000 burglary act. They didn't let me put my alarm on. They smashed my house to smithereens. They punched holes and kicked doors off the hinges. They've done it, Dan, because I was a young man running a business that fitted the image of a white boy, okay, or gangster, if you mind that terminology, had that image about me, and they thought, oh, he's done it all illegally. When they found out I'd done it all legally, they absolutely, on Father Jesus' name and God's name, and I've known it's 100% fact, ruined my life. Absolutely ruined it. So
one of the problems we've got is the police class the members of the public as customers, right?
Yes.
And the police are in a business, okay, with guaranteed customers. We're not talking, it's not like somebody's just set up a new shop and you can't guarantee whether your business is going to work. You don't know if you're going to get customers because it depends on whether they want to buy what you've got or not. With the police, the fact is that they look at themselves as a business, and they are pretty much a business nowadays, and they look upon members of the public as customers. They don't give a shit if they lose a customer, because they can't lose a customer. You have to go to them. You've got nobody else to go to. You have to go to them when you're in those dire moments in your life, right? So you've got no other alternative. So it's a business. It's a monopolized business, right? That you've got no option. You can't opt out of it. You can't go somewhere else and ask them for it. Well, you can, but you shouldn't be doing that. So they can treat people like shit, knowing that they're going to come back anyway. They don't care about people.
Dan, when I was in the hospital wrongly, which Phil Tennyson told me what the independent doctor was saying, this goes back to 2005, and I knew I was being set up because the officer had been around my house months earlier, snooping around in the dark. And I think I've told you. In fact, I know I've told you this. And I said to this officer, I said, I come home from work. I said, what are you doing, officer? And he said, I'm just surveilling the area, Mr. Owner. I went, oh. I said, you know my name then? And he went, oh, yeah. He said, I know your name. I went, can I have your name, please, officer? He went, you can have my name. He stepped towards me, very aggressive, big fat officer he is, or was. I don't think he's in the force anymore. He went, my name's Barry Mulcahy, Mr. Owner. And he said, you're going to remember the name. And I tell you, Dan, I remember the name because he absolutely fucking bullied the shit out of me. He bullied my girlfriends. He bullied me. He told lies to Amy's mum and dad. He absolutely destroyed my life, that man. Absolutely destroyed it. Now, when I was burgled, no police come to the hospital to tell me I'd been burgled. No police come around to take an assessment of what was in my home. The offices were ransacked the same day as well. No police come to the hospital to say, Scott, what was in the offices. I was literally, the house was smashed to smithereens back in 2005 wrongly. I was wrongly put in hospital, as all my friends already know. They said you was absolutely targeted and set up. And the whole house was burgled on the same night, and the offices were burgled on the same night as a wrongful sexting. Dan, I've lost so much money when you think I was earning £250,000 a year. 20 years ago. So that now I would like to earn. That's phenomenal money, but that's a lot of money. Someone took the computer out the offices that had all my business details on it. It wouldn't have been hard to plug that in and get all my details. You know, someone's had a very nice earner out of sabotaging me. And that's no conspiracy. That's 100% facts. The mental health stitch up was a thing of, we'll get away with this. We'll just put him in a nut house and say he's mad.
Yeah, it was probably the fucking Sweeney that had you over anyway.
Oh, 100% everybody, because Lee's got political family. Lee's got old Bill in our family.
They get you locked up on the same night you get turned over. I mean, you know, okay.
And Dan, the one when as my Melinda Giles said, she worked for Leon C. Giles Wilson Solicitors, and she said to me, Scott, for what it's worth, you're the wellest man I've ever represented. I said, I know I am. And then she turned to me, and this was after we tried to get out on a tribunal, which all went against us with the corruption. And she said this outside. He was walking back to the wall, how well I was and the wellest person she'd ever represented. And then she said to me, Scott, she went, who's Barry Mulcahy? And my blood ran cold. I went, oh, God. I said, he's the corrupt police officer that's hanging around outside my living room window. She said, Scott, he's shown a very, very unhealthy interest in your life. Very unhealthy. Yeah. I went, no shit, Sherlock. So I know for a fact that they're involved. I know for a fact that scumbag involved for what he said to me outside my front door at Shaw Close. Good luck proving it, Mr. Horn. I said, I'll take a lie detector test. And he walked off, Dan, going, only in America, Mr. Horn. Only in America. As he walked off laughing. Yeah. Well, do you know what, Dan? I'm going to have the last laugh, because what Barry Mulcahy and the scumbags in the police force that are letting down the good brothers and sisters don't realise is I'm heaven sent, heaven bound. And I'm going back home to heaven. And they're not. So I don't need to be proving nothing, okay? The proof is in the pudding. The proof is out of my mouth, and I talk nothing but the truth. And these things need to really be stopping from happening. They've happened all them years ago, and they still happen to this current day, Dan, don't they? I mean, look what happened to poor Brian Harvey. It was another one, gang stalked.
Yeah. Listen, we're gonna have to wrap this up. But yeah. No, you're right. Listen, as I said, the police don't care about us. They look at us as customers. They even call us customers. Believe it or not. They do. I've heard them use that. I've heard them use that term. They, as you said earlier on in the conversation, they think that they put a uniform on and they're better than everybody else. And you know, it's not just the uniform; it's that badge. It's that badge that they carry. They use as, you know, to try and protect them, and they think they're better than everybody else. And you know, they are taught. Don't get me wrong, right? They are taught to be like that. But a lot of people will go into the police, they're narcissists already, and they'll go into the police and they'll fucking love it. But many people that aren't narcissistic initially will join the police, and they will be taught, indoctrinated into that way of thinking. You know, even if you've just been turned over and you're in pieces, right? A copper very rarely will sympathise and empathise with you. Just to interject, sorry, my little brother, yeah. When I was losing it, this Barry Mulcahy was around every time after this wrongful section. He was around every time, knocking on the window. It was like Lakeview Terrace. I see a movie years later, and it was like that. It was absolutely horrific what this officer was doing to me. Absolutely. It was a case of, I'm 6'2" and I can handle myself, but he thought, I'll bully the shit out of you. There's nothing you can do about it. Yeah. And when I was losing my house on repossession, he was around laughing and grinning. And I went, get off my drive. I don't even want to see you here. I know it's all you that's done this to me. And he went, it's not your ass anymore. He said, but if you've been a drug dealer, you've been a multi-millionaire. I said, what, is this what all this was about? You the drug dealer, and then realised I was all legal and above board and stuck one in me anyway for the Mental Health Act. Yeah. I went, do you know what you said? You're disgusting. When I lost that house down, I bought Shaw Close in 2002, August the 9th. I paid 430 grand for it, and I put a 15% deposit down, okay? That house, when I was trying to sell it to save what the police and the Mental Health Act and Lee and everyone had done to me, I tried to sell the house, but it was valued at 650 by a local estate agent, 650 grand. So bear this in mind, everyone. I bought the house in 02 for 430. The house didn't appreciate, it only went up to 650. When it was sold at auction, it went for 340 grand. It went for 100 grand cheaper than when I bought it 7 years earlier. Yeah. When that house sold recently, it sold for over $1 million. Someone in 7 years has earned a clear £1 million out of the house alone.
Because whoever bought that house down, I would believe it's the fucking bastards that set me up.
Well, we're never going to know. That's the problem.
Let's put it this way, Dan. The house was $650 in 2009 when I tried to sell it from Stephen James estate agents. That's what he valued it at. In its condition it was in. That's what it was valued at by an independent estate agent. When it sold for £300,000. Now I would £300,000 less than its market value. I would absolutely love to go into a home, 6-bedroom home, and earn 300 grand as soon as I walk through the front door. It's unbelievable what was done to me. Absolutely unbelievable. My best friend Chris knows this happened. Everyone knows this happened, and even you brothers and sisters probably more than likely know it's happened. But like we said, Dan, we are just put a number to them.
Unfortunately. Listen, Scott, I'm gonna have to wrap this up, mate. If the calls go quiet later, then you can call back and we'll have another chat. We'll see how it goes on for tonight if you're about.
Appreciate all of you as always. Thanks for letting me get a few things off my chest and whatnot. It's a big pleasure as always, Dan. Much love. God bless you all, yeah?
All right, Scott, you look after yourself.
Take care. God bless you. Love you all. Take care.
Ta-ra, mate. Ta-ra.
Bye, mate. As always, Dan.
One of the things about Scott and some of the other callers we have is I know that they don't have really anybody to talk to through the week. Hence why I say that, you know, we deal with the mental health issues on here as well, because I suffer from it too. I know that some people might get annoyed with that, and I can only apologise for that. But on the flip side, if it was you that was calling in, hang on 1 second, caller. On the flip side, if it was anybody else calling in, I would also give you time to get stuff off your chest as well. So that's why I do this. Okay, so again, I understand that people might not like it, might get annoyed. I get that. You're perfectly entitled to, but that's the reason why I do it. Hello, caller. Hello. 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 No, can't hear you. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, try calling back. Didn't come through. Let's try again. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello, mate. It's me.
Hello, Bridge, how you doing?
I'm doing, mate. I'm doing all right, so I'm doing all right.
Good stuff.
I'll just
turn that down. Thank you.
Yeah, is that better? How's your day? How you been, mate?
Not so bad. Woke up at 6 o'clock this morning. Back in bed by just after 8 o'clock. Woke up about 2 o'clock. Unfortunately, that is what my days are like most days. How you been?
I love it. I'm glad you're keeping all right. I see Simon yesterday. Can you get sorry, can you get a call on his channel? Not a bar of gold in sight, son.
No, he does.
I don't know why.
He tends to get quite a few calls, doesn't he? But then he has almost specific topics that he talks about, doesn't he, most days? So whereas we'll be like,
good. Very good. You know. So what's been happening? There's not a lot been happening in the south down there, you know. In a few bits and pieces. I was quite surprised about the Metropolitan Police, why they haven't got their act together, you know, with all this modern technology and, you know, this and that and all that. But
are we talking about looking for somebody in particular?
Yeah, the acid attack guy. He doesn't need prison.
Well,
he doesn't even need it. He doesn't even need a mental health hospital, mate. He just needs a short rope. Simple as that.
Well, we need to be careful the path we go down in the topic. But no, I when somebody does something like that, that's they're now their life has changed, and I think anybody that changes somebody's life should have their life changed forever as well. It's very difficult to say that somebody should be dangling, because there has been cases where people have been found to have not been the culprits of certain things. But if there is something, where there is indisputable evidence, i.e., you know, I haven't seen the video, but I believe the guy was caught on video throwing stuff at the woman, wasn't he? Like a CCTV or something.
Yeah.
In that case, you know that he's done it. There's no fucking excuse for it, and therefore it should be dealt with. We'll say appropriately.
Well, whatever the girls and boys upstairs decide, isn't it? It's not. We're not judges, court, and jury. We're just Joe Public.
Well, yeah, but I mean, we are. You know, it's our country. The people that are in Parliament, it's not their country. It's our country. They are supposed to be there to do our
to listen to the public.
You know, we turn around and we say we want this, that, and the other, and the government are supposed to look into getting that done for us or telling us why it can't be done. But no, everything's been flipped on its head, hasn't it? And we are now we are subjugated by them, and we are living at their will. Basically, anything they decide, they can pretty much get away with these days. And even if it turns out they can't get away with it, i.e., the jibby jabby malarkey, you know, they're having an inquest or inquiry into it, and people are being found out to be liars and stuff. Nothing will ever happen to them. Whereas if it was us, we'd get locked up for it. You know, so we're fucked, mate. We're fucked. Plain and simple.
It's nice to see that the Northern Ireland people have got together, which is good.
We're talking about the farmers.
No, the government, the both things getting together up there and opening up the Northern Ireland Parliament up in Northern Ireland to look after the hospitals and the people up there.
Right. I mean, again, when it comes to politics, I've got a very limited scope when it comes to politics.
Oh, right. Sorry about that.
No, it's fine. Right. It's fine. I don't mind learning from other people, but it's not something that I follow, myself. So,
what do you think about the citizens' army that we just haven't got the logistics or the things now because it's just getting bad.
I think we need a citizens' army, but not the kind not the kind that the government are expecting to put together. If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But it's sorry, I'm just right. The police are responsible for his escape, not releasing description. It's almost as if they wanted the Afghan to escape. Quite possibly. In fact, Roger Whittington brought up a valid point earlier whilst we was doing a sound check, which I'm sure he'll bring up. In fact, I'll ask him to bring that up when he comes up on the panel later about that. To do with that situation we was just talking about with the acid attacker. I don't know. Maybe the government. Again, everything the government do has 2 or 3 reasons to it. They only tell us one reason, but they've got their own reasons behind it as well. Their own agendas. So I don't trust anything that the government tell us. I never will ever again. After the past few years, I have to see, hear, and experience everything myself in order to understand something, and I will never just take the word of people that whose only motive is to stay in their position to earn the money and keep the power that they've got. It's not about helping people. It's not about helping the public anymore. In fact, I think when it comes down to them helping the public, I think they sit there and go, "Oh, for fuck's sake, we've got those peasants again." You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's like the electric bus that caught a light in London. I mean, electric buses. I don't think they're just like they tried it. They tried dust carts in the 80s, until in the 90s, electric dust carts, and it just they just haven't got the guts in them, When they're overweight.
Well, they're gonna. I mean, how long do we have to wait till they say this is dangerous? How many people are going to have to be on a bus when it explodes before they say, well, actually, we need to stop this? They're going to wait for people to die, and then they're going to find excuses as to why they needed to die in order to work out why things were going wrong or some bullshit, and then carry on doing it because it's somebody else's agenda. We're pawns. We're expendable, all of us.
Well, it's like you get the I've got nothing against people vaping, but when you get somebody who's Joe Public, walks down the street, doesn't give a hoot about who's what, why, or when, drops his litter, yeah. But when you throw a cigarette in the back of a dust cart, or a vape battery catches a light in the back of a dust cart, you think, like, whoa, what's going on here?
Yeah,
and I've seen it twice.
Do you remember the scarabs? The handheld things they used to push, the motorized handheld things that they'd push around town with the brushes on the front. When I was in college, they called them scarabs, and then they started having the ones where they drive them. But this is before the driven ones. I remember it, being in town. I didn't realize at the time. I realized at the time, but it was too late. I was smoking a cigarette walking through the town, and I threw the cigarette butt on the floor. And I knew the scarab was there. I could hear it, but I didn't know where it was. And as I threw my cigarette down, it went straight over my cigarette. And about 20 minutes later, this bloody thing was in flames in the middle of the high street. Now, I'm not saying it was mine. It could have picked up anybody's cigarette butt. It could have picked up dozens of cigarette butts. Somebody could have thrown a match, whatever. But it was on fire. And it's, that was a really dangerous situation to be in. But that was, if that can have that was just a human, we'll call it an error. That was a human error.
Yeah.
But when you've got things that are, things like electric vehicles are beyond people's control. If those batteries want to explode, they're going to explode, whether you want them to or not. And you ain't putting them out. Do you know what I mean? When they start spitting out, they're like flamethrowers coming out of every gap that they can. If you're walking past, or if you're within a certain distance, you're going to be fucked. And if you're on that bus, you're going to be fucked. The toxic fumes alone as well are going to fuck you. And I think I do think it is a very dangerous situation to be in. I can understand why they want to do it, but the technology at the moment is terrible to have that.
I haven't got, and another thing is they haven't got the infrastructure. You get people say, you get people say, but I'll just put it for I'm going to put it for renew on my HGV. Yeah, it's about 130 quid, which is fair enough. I come in and say, you see him there, you get the guy's got the electric car, they're sitting somewhere in the high street in Epsom or around that area. So what do you think of it? What, electric cars? No, I think they're just a pile of scrap, mate. They're not even worth the metal they're built on. Yeah. You get people say, well, what do you know about? And go and drive a German man or a Scamble or a Hoshkosh truck. What are they? Tank transporters, mate. Diesel. And when the armed forces go to war, they're not going to go to war on bloody electric batteries, that's for sure, because they'll use diesel. This guy just clammed up.
Yeah. I watched the video. Sorry, go on.
They plug it in. Oh, it might be that. Well, I'll tell you what now. I know hundreds of your viewers are listening. When you get a Challenger tank, which is diesel, they have injectors and all that, the same as the German man that they use, the Wrecker. Lovely bit of kit, same as the Scarab, the Johnson's Road Sweeper, the old Dennis's dust carts, so it was solid built, We've only probably got a few firms in the UK that do specialist vehicles. It just breaks you out. You see there and think, yeah, they were in the day, and you see the guys today, they get their boy racers, get their cars, wrap them around the lamppost or kill someone. Electric scooters, well, you might as well just throw them in the bin. Yeah. They're just not worth it. And you get the guy Deliveroo's on his motorbike, doesn't wait till traffic lights change, goes almost straight for a red light and knock someone over. And you think something wrong somewhere, it does make you wonder.
It's it's rules, isn't it? It's all it's always one rule for them, one rule for us. It's the same as the scooters. Now, I don't think if scooters were limited, the electric scooters, right? I think if they were limited, wouldn't be too much of an issue. Okay. But some of them scooters can go really, really fast, right? As long as it goes just faster than walking speed, then it should be a fucking bonus for anybody, right? You don't need to get somewhere in 30 seconds that it will take you a minute to get to. right? Just fucking, take your time. You're not going to hurt anybody. But you've got these ones that the councils are allowing around towns, right? They're only allowing them because they get a massive kickback from the company that's doing it. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's the only reason. Because scooters don't. I mean, they say that the scooters and electric bikes and all that, they need a license, they need tax, they need all this kind of stuff. Like, they don't really.
No.
We're taking the law away from it. They don't really need any of that stuff, right? If they were limited, but they don't. They allow the manufacturers to make these Saron bikes for road use that can go 30 miles an hour, 40 miles an hour, sometimes, if not faster than that, some of them. Why are they not targeting the manufacturers and saying, look, fine, we can sell them, but you've got to put a limiter on them? It's because they're not going to make any fucking money out of it. They won't make it. Local governments won't make any money out of it at all. So they allow people to have things that nobody else is allowed to have, simply because the local government will get that kickback from them.
Yeah, it's like
money.
So you get disabled scooters, and it says, and you get done for drinking and driving and everything. The only thing you cannot get drinking and driving on is a disabled scooter. It's in the miscellaneous of highway code.
I have seen somebody be questioned. This was a long time ago. I can't remember the outcome of it, but I remember seeing a video of somebody being questioned by the police for being drunk in charge of a mobility scooter. We'll call it a mobility scooter. It wasn't one that was designed for the road. It was one that was designed for the pavement.
Yeah.
But I remember somebody being spoken to about that. That was a long time ago. I can't remember the outcome from it, but it's the only time that I've heard of anything, I think, like that. So yeah, you could well be right, because there's guaranteed old people are going to get pissed and go out on their mobility scooters. Guaranteed.
Yeah. It's like some people are disability. You can understand that, yeah. But some people that get the blue card, some people disability, the blue card, some people really do push it to the limit.
Yeah.
And you think that poor woman's, whatever, and to go out and you haven't got the other person. I'm sorry if you're picking them up or whatever, dropping them off. Yeah, but some of them, they just take the biscuit.
Yeah.
It's like.
Sorry, I was going to say, I think there's probably some. It may be, as you say, under the miscellaneous, there may be something in there, but I'm willing to bet that there is something that they can use. Somewhere, if they want to. But I would imagine, I mean, I'd say this, but I don't really believe this. I was going to say, I imagine it's too much hassle for them having to deal with a disabled person, because then they've got to take their device away from them. They've got a duty of care. They can't leave them on the side of the road as disabled people. Maybe they allow a bit more allowance towards people that are disabled on disability scooters, perhaps. I don't know. So it's just, I'm not saying that is what's happened. It's just a guess.
Well, here's one for you. You get people that you got road sweepers, dust carts, food wagons, and recovery vehicles. And you get people. So you see a parking warden sticking a ticket on a dust cart or a road sweeper, or the guy's gone to get his, and he's doing the street light. You say to him, or you get some of them, you get some of the not so much me or people that have worked in that side of the industry. So, you might pull him for his driver's hours or something like that. I've seen it being done. You say, "What'd you pull him for?" I pulled him for his digital tacho check.
Yeah.
And we're sitting there taking our break, in a lay-by. The guy goes, "Well, pulled him for his digital tacho and a vehicle check." Yeah. Do you know what it is? Well, it's a dust cart. Yeah. He says, "Well, why is that then?" Yeah. Well, what is it? Is it a commercial one or is it a local authority one? The guy goes, "Oh, it's a local authority one." So he's got the same dust cart we got, different council, right? So he's pulled him. He said, "Well, if he's got that, do you want to check ours as well?" Yeah. So he's come to check ours, and we're just sitting there. Then they've gone for a cup of tea, come back, sitting there on the old side of the old fence. He's checked his. where's your digital tacos? I said, mate, we don't use digital tacos.
Yeah.
We use domestic hours. He goes, what's that? Oh, you tell me. You're the one that's got the big yellow uniform on, and you want to pull everybody's thing. You better go back and check what your boss is like. Because I tell you what, when he gets back to his depot and he gives that to his transport manager, what's that for? Why is that? You better start looking for a new job, because it's exactly what you'll be doing, because you won't be going to work tomorrow. We come and see the guy about 3 days later. We stopped at the same place for, tea and coffee, bacon, butties and sausage roll. The guy goes, where did he go? Oh, the governor's sacked him. I think it's common sense that when you drop a road sweeper, when the brushes are up, they're on domestic hours. When you drop the brushes down on a road sweeper or a scarab, they're on plant hours.
Yeah.
Same as plant equipment. You can drive a digger. You can drive a digger on plant hours. You can put a digger from a site on the back of a low loader. As long as it's chained down, there's nothing I can do about it. As long as you've got the 3.5 ton, take a little trailer for it on the back of a truck. As long as you've got a CPC and a digital tacho, there's nothing I can do about it. But if you haven't got it, and you're like could be travellers or whatever, they get done for that, because they tow their trailers on the back, but they got no CPC or no digital tacho.
Yeah.
You can't use a digger if you've got a digger in the back, and the thing, you can't use a digger for hire or reward. Same as a bus.
Fridge, I'm gonna have to up.
Okay, mate, yeah.
Sorry, teeth nearly fell out. Then I'm gonna have to wrap it up and get someone else on, mate. Nice to hear from you.
Mate.
I'm glad you're all right.
Nice to you, mate. Take care, mate. Bye.
Look after yourself. Hello, Angela. Hello, Michael. I missed some other people, but I can't keep up with you all whilst I'm on the calls. Hello, good evening, and welcome.
Hello, Daniel. How are you
Hello
tonight?
there. I'm not so bad. Yourself?
I'm okay. I think the good news, or the bad news, depending on how you look at it, is now I think we have now reached peak insanity because of this ridiculous proposal by a Labour MP to allow people who have already died to legally change their sex.
I heard this earlier. I've not looked into it, but I heard this about no, actually, Roger pointed out just before the live stream. He was doing a sound check and he brought it up, but I've not had a chance to look into it. But I have heard about it. I mean, what is their plan of action in order to do that? Because the person can't confirm that they want to do that if they're already dead, can they?
I discussed this with someone earlier today, and they are of the opinion that it's voter fraud related, because we all know how dead people are solid Labour and Democrat voters.
Yeah.
I think what it is it's another way of milking the dead vote. So a person gets to vote twice, but they count as two different people because one is male and the other is female. So it's about doubling the fraudulent vote.
Certainly a possibility. There's certainly a possibility. You can't put. You can't.
I don't think we're going to get any crazier though than that. I do believe that this is now peak insanity, and slowly but surely, sanity will start creeping in. Don't get me wrong, there'll be other insane nonsense, but not quite as insane as this.
I can't imagine how they plan. Again, I've only heard this just before the live stream tonight, so I literally had no time to look at it. But how could anybody set up a system where somebody who's dead can then change their name? I mean, it wouldn't work. If you die, then you're dead. Right, it's simple as that. You get death certificate. You no longer exist. You've got no rights as such once you're dead. Right. So therefore you have no right to say, even in a will or anything like that, after I die, I want to be classed as a female or a male or the member of the opposite sex. A family member can't do it either. But based on my knowledge of the law, nobody would be able to say, well, somebody who's dead, who's now non-existent, wants to change their name, and you've then got to go through all of the legal paperwork, which would generally take a signature from the person whose name is being changed or whose sex is being changed, who won't be able to sign it because they're dead. I can't see how any of this would work.
I do think that anyone who wishes to vote or anyone who wishes to stand for election or hold public office should undergo some thorough psychological testing. I mean, I don't know what's nuttier, this suggestion or the fact that the Tory party are 25 points behind in the polls to the party with this nut who made this nutcase suggestion.
Who was it made the suggestion?
It was the Labour MP for Warrington North.
Well, that's up near me, Warrington. I thought Warrington wasn't too bad, actually. I know places like Warrington and Widnes, most of the people have got webbed feet, you know what I mean? But I wasn't expecting them to go that far with what you're suggesting there. It's mental.
Personally, I think they jumped ahead a few steps, because with all these farmers' protests in Europe, I was expecting someone like Dawn Butler to come out and say that farming is far right and collecting the harvest and planting is a form of white supremacy.
Well, if it was, how would the minority groups argue their case when they say they were slaves doing exactly the same thing years ago? If they turn around and say it's white privilege, but they were doing it years ago, you know, they were being hired to work on farms. Granted, in some cases slaves, but then after that they were being hired to work on farms, and and they were happy to do that job. But then if they couldn't then turn around now and say it's white supremacy, for example, because lots of black people have done it themselves through choice, not through being forced.
Yeah, well, like I said, I think we've now reached peak insanity, and maybe things will start to ease off a little bit from this moment on. I can't imagine anything more insane than allowing the dead to change their biological sex.
I am going to look into this just for out of sheer curiosity. I'd like to know how they're going to manage it, or what they think they're going to do in order to enable that to happen. I'd like to see the plan of action, because it's got to be absolutely a total joke. It has to be.
Well, it was a backbench MP and probably a Corbyn supporter that came up with it. So that would explain a lot. But the other thing I want to talk to you about is what happens after the mayoral election this May, because apparently the ULEZ cameras are being protected by private security, and some of them are enjoying their job a little too much. And now there's a man going around in an inflatable dinosaur costume, standing in front of ULEZ cameras to stop them from taking photos. And I just wonder, it's pretty clear to me, judging by what they did to Sean Bailey and what they're doing to Susan Hall now, that the Tories are trying to help Sadiq Khan get re-elected. And should Khan get re-elected, I wonder what's going to happen. I'm wondering, I'm not sure if anyone else feels the same way, but from my point of view, if it was a free and fair election, and if the Tory party were sufficiently on the ball, they should beat Khan in May. But I suspect that through a combination of the Tories doing a bit of, how should we call it, the political equivalent of match fixing or spot fixing in cricket.
Yeah.
This guy's voter fraud in general and the postal vote and all that, Khan will probably get in and this will cause some people to kick off.
Oh, definitely.
And then what happens next? I know that someone suggested, I'm not sure if it was on this show or Red's show or someone else's show, that the security services might have to step in, and the easiest way to deal with any civil unrest if Khan gets re-elected is to just kick Khan out of office, totally bury him, make him a scapegoat, pin all London's problems on him just to get rid of him to save their own skins, or I don't know what. I think London is already in a state of low-intensity civil war. And thing is, I know there's a large ethnic constituency that supports Khan and supports the Labour Party no matter what. But I can't think that all of them will blindly follow Khan into the abyss. I can't believe that at least a sizable portion of them aren't having second thoughts and thinking, this guy's not up for the job. He's had his time. He's made an absolute pig's ear of London. We need someone else in. I can't believe that the majority of Londoners would seriously vote for this clown a third time.
Yeah,
but maybe I'm wrong.
You've got a lot of London. How can I put this without being called a racist? Not that I care if people call me a racist, by the way, because I don't go out of my way to say things that may be construed as being racist. I think the white population in London is diminishing. Okay, Khan has been lapping up the not just Islamic, but others as well. Okay, he's been lapping up and bowing down and basically polishing the helmet of almost every non-English speaking person. Okay, for that reason, to have them on side when it comes to voting again. So he has the majority vote from people like the LGBT. He does all this LGBT stuff. He don't give a shit about the LGBT. Right? He's doing it just to make himself look good to what a minority group that has now got a lot of power. And the same as Islam, people that are, Islamists, we'll call them. He bows down. He treats them all with kid gloves, in order for them to go, oh, Khan's great. What he doesn't realise is eventually all these people that want to take over are going to go, right, Khan, you've done what we wanted you to do. Now you can fuck off and we're taking over. Right?
Yeah.
That's just an opinion, my opinion, and it might not be what everyone else thinks. But again, I'm not really politically minded. It's just based on what I think I know about the situation.
I think there's going to be a lot. I think there's going to be a lot of trouble after the mayoral election, one way or the other. Someone's going to snap, and I can't think of anything that's more symbolic of Khan's utter failure.
Yeah.
As mayor of London than this alkaline attack last week. I saw the live interview with Superintendent Cameron, and
right.
He was confidently predicting we'll catch this guy. This was, I think, was it Thursday or Friday afternoon? He was saying that
right.
We will catch this guy. He's got a massive chemical burn on his face, and he's still walking free. And now the police are offering £20,000 for his capture. Yeah, and as soon as he said we will catch, Superintendent Cameron said we will catch him, I thought, don't write checks with your mouth that your actions can't cash in.
Yeah.
And it's they're very good, the police, especially the Met, at rounding up innocent people for hurty words on social media. But when it comes to actual police work, whether it's catching crooks, criminals, murderers, whatever, or corrupt politicians. They've got 2 left feet, or multiple thumbs. They just keep getting it wrong. And in fact, so not only are they getting it wrong, they seem to be joining in with criminal activity.
No,
and that just sums up how bad things are under Khan. And I will. Someone was saying the other day, I think it was yesterday on social media, that Britain has become a third world country. And having visited London recently, I'd say that's true, because one street, you've got fabulous, wealthy, shiny buildings with lots of different amenities. And then the next street, it's people sleeping outside boarded up businesses on a mattress in the freezing cold weather.
Yeah.
London was already in trouble before Khan got in, but he has made things so much worse. And open door immigration. Yeah, open door immigration. I do stress the words open door, not so much immigration, but the open door part. The open door has created a situation where you have cultures that are totally at odds with each other, fighting each other, creating ethnic ghettos, and we've become a third world country, and London is a third world city.
Well, look at Israel and Palestine, right next to each other in the same part of the world and all the rest of it. Okay, and there's just constant. You've just got this constant battle going on between the two of them, right? And I because of ideologies and whatnot, it's completely different between the two. Eventually, you're going to have an ideology in London, okay, that is different from the surrounding areas, that is going to cause issues. When we used to have people in Essex, in Southend-on-Sea, we used to have people come down from London purposely to fight with people, right? Just for the crack of it, right? Just because we weren't from London. So they'd come down from London to where we lived for a fight, right? And that's when you have that kind of an ideology, we hate the people around us, okay? And then the people around hate the people that are within London. That's going to cause more and more problems, and you are going to find more and more people fighting, more and more people dying through knife attacks, these acid attacks, relative acid attacks have only started the last 20 years. Never heard of one before that ever in my life, right? And then all of a sudden they start and they coincide with a certain policy of allowing Raj Abdul Muhammad in, right? That's the truth. That's how it started. And now we're in a situation where, this poor lady and her kids, I believe she was in a relationship with this guy at some point, which goes to show, I mean, how can you do that to somebody that you've been in a relationship with? I mean, I can understand in a way doing it to somebody that you don't know. It's easier to hurt somebody you don't know. But when you've got somebody that's willing to go out there with a substance to disfigure somebody like that that there is a serious issue. I can't even put into words how bad things are. I don't think any of us can.
Well, you're right. It doesn't make sense to any rational person. And what makes it worse is that the police are just all over the place. They're completely arbitrary. They're completely subjective. I mean, Sam Millier got convicted of a non-crime because people were afraid that these non-crimes might incite racial hatred.
Yeah.
Yet yesterday in London, you had a woman with a Palestinian flag holding up a sign saying, "You don't get to decide how we resist."
Yeah.
And apparently, no crime there. Well, there was no crime with Sam Melier, but he got convicted of being Sam Melier, and this woman given a free pass.
It's because it's not a direct threat. That's why they're able to.
Well, neither was Sam Melier.
Right, but
that wasn't either. You see how I know you know what I'm talking about.
It's also politically motivated. We know this. It's all politically motivated.
I mean, we're going to get to the stage very soon where Tommy Robertson is going to get a life sentence without parole in prison because of an unpaid library fine in Dorset or something like that. That's how ridiculous and corrupt our legal system is. What are you in for? I've got a whole life order because I'm a political dissident and they screwed me over an unpaid library fine.
I think I find myself wondering whether or not politicians are pissed off that IPPs don't exist anymore.
Oh, of course they are. Of course they are. I wouldn't surprise me if Blair's already whispering to David Lammy and Keir Starmer to bring them back, but under some sort of different name with, some cosmetic safeguards that amount to nothing in reality. They're not worth the paper it's written on. I mean, the plight to the IPP prisoners is an absolute disgusting national. It should be up there with what's happened at the post office.
Yeah, well, I read today that I believe since IPPs were introduced until when they were shut down, I believe over 200 people killed themselves, committed harry-carry. And there is still now, even though IPPs, I believe it was 2010, I think it was, when the IPPs were quashed. And there is still people, I believe there's 18 people in the Liverpool prisons at the moment who are still serving an IPP, even though the IPPs were abolished.
Over
10 years ago.
If they're going to pass a law to pardon all of these innocent postmasters and sub-postmasters, they can also choose to pass the bill commuting, and I mean commuting, not pardoning, commuting all IPP sentences.
Oh, yeah, of course they can. Of course they can. But their argument is that these people need to go through the parole process to see whether they're a danger to society. And if they are, then they stay in prison. However, for me, I think that many of these people, not all, because some of them deserve to be on indefinite sentences because they are genuinely, horrific people. But there are many people that have been in prison for that long that they are now unable to integrate into society. They've got mental health issues, because they got locked up for stealing a bike and punching somebody on the nose, and they've been spent 15, 16, 17 years in prison for it. So, of course, they're going to have some, pent-up aggression, shall we say, towards the system. And
apparently they're using the person's depression over their IPP sentence to deny them parole, which is absolutely
because they're deemed as potentially being a danger to the public. Yeah, of course. So
how are they a danger to the public if they are depressed? They're more likely to be a danger to themselves. And as far as I'm aware, suicide is no longer a criminal offence in this country.
Well, it's. I suppose they're probably scared that somebody's going to come out of an IPP sentence that's been in there all their life, got nothing to lose anymore. You know what I mean? They went in for a minimal crime. They've got literally nothing to lose anymore, spent all their life inside, won't make it on the outside, so might go after the people that put them there, for example.
Well, if that were to happen, I'd have to say, should have thought of that before you brought in these fucking sentences.
Well, I can't disagree with you on that. Absolutely. How and again, to be fair, it wasn't necessarily. I believe it wasn't necessarily
it was one of these. It was one of these new Labour gimmicks to show, oh, we're not like old Labour. We're not soft on, people. We're tough. We're tough. We're tough on crime, tough on the causes of crime, and this is how we're going to be tough. We're going to bring in extrajudicial ASBO laws. We're going to bring in these IPP sentences. We're tough. We're tough on crime. We're tougher than the Tories. You can trust us. We'll keep you safe. And it's all PR and a lie anyway, because
their lips are moving. We know it's PR.
Yeah, I'm sort of like the right wing equivalent of all the Thatcher haters, in that anything that is wrong with society or goes wrong with society, my instant gut reaction is blame Tony Blair, because it was usually something that he did that has caused this problem. I think that man, even more than Khan, needs to be held to account. And,
right, but let's also be fair. The Tories have been in for quite a while, and they haven't exactly done much to change things around.
I tell you this, I will never forgive David Cameron and George Osborne for turning the Tory party into Blue Labour, and I will never forgive Theresa May for her nasty party speech at the 2003 party conference, which was predicated on a lie, and for her disastrous premiership. Those three are absolutely awful, but Tony Blair really takes the biscuit. I tell you now, I'm one of these people who thinks that he should have a state funeral, but not to honour him, but because half of us will want proof that he's dead, and the other half of us will want to celebrate.
Yeah.
Give
some
Blair
of us want to go and piss on the mud to make sure it's packed down properly. Listen, I'm going to have to wrap up there, I'm afraid. Thanks for your call. Some good points there. I will look into what you brought up initially about the changing gender once you're dead. That is something that popped up earlier that I saw. Sorry, what Roger brought up earlier. So it is something that I was going to look into anyway, just for shits and giggles, because it's going to be a laugh to read how they think they're going to manage that. But thanks again for your call. I appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone.
All right.
See you later, Dan.
Ta-da, mate. Ta-da.
Bye.
Lots of different points there to think about. You do always go on about political stuff, which is not really my forte, shall we say. I do try to get involved in it sometimes. I don't know a lot about it. I don't propose to know a lot about it or purport to know a lot about it. So sometimes I probably make a dick of myself in some of the things that I might say, but that's just based on my own knowledge, which clearly would not be as much knowledge as many of you guys have got, because that's what you look into and stuff. But there we go. It's all good. Right. Lines are still open. Let's remove that comment. Thank you, Bob. Much appreciated. And thanks for the jokes. Cheer it up a little bit, make people smile, because we do get a little bit heavy on here sometimes with some of the things that are going on in the world. 01515289590 is the number. Again, you can call up, you can share a story, your story, or something you've seen or heard. We can talk about something you've read. You can call up, and it would be nice if some of these coppers that have left the force called up to talk about things. Oh, I think that was my fault, caller. I think I pressed the wrong button then. Call back. Hello, was it you I just hung up on?
No, Dan, it's Graham.
Oh, sorry, Graham. Somebody just tried calling and I pressed the wrong button. I saw the red and the green button.
This is my first time I've attempted to call in, but it was only going to be a flying visit to talk crap.
That's right. I saw the red and green button and I was drawn to the red for some reason. It doesn't normally happen, but I pressed the red
took
button.
The red pill, not the green pill or the blue pill.
Didn't mean to do that, but there we go.
Oh, God, mate, look, I've been floating in and out briefly on your live stream without commenting.
Okay. How you been?
Do you want me to shut up for a moment while you talk to the subscribers or what?
No, go ahead, mate. Go ahead. You're on the call. Let's go.
Okay, fine. Well, look, I didn't have a specific plan in mind when I called in, other than to touch base, show signs of life to the subscribers. But, mate, oh, God, talk about depression and mental health issues. Thanks to the DWP and PIP assessments and everything. Do you know what? I haven't even turned my heating on at all this winter, and I've been freezing my fucking nuts off.
I'm sorry to hear that, man.
It's not that I didn't have money in the bank to afford to pay the bills, but for some reason, being autistic, I've got this mental block. Nah. Bills are going up. Cost of living crisis, da-da-da. And it's almost as though I've been fucking brainwashed into can't afford to spend fuck all on anything, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think some of the issue as well, Graham. I think some of the issue.
I don't know. I'm sure there are other callers that have gone through the mill and got the same issues, but for some reason, it's really hit me hard this year and tail end of last year.
I imagine that being autistic, you and I might be wrong. I'm not autistic that I know of. Okay, I don't believe I'm on the spectrum.
Speak your mind, Dan, because I'm not going to get upset, mate.
No, I know that. I know that.
See it as you see it, mate. You know,
from speaking to a lot of people who do have autism, it could well be that in the back of your mind, you don't want to spend your money on something like heating if you can put an extra jacket on or another pair of socks or go to bed in a dressing gown. Because the bills are going up, you never know if you're going to need some extra money for something. And by paying it on something like the gas, for example, or electric, you know, I mean, everybody needs some kind of electric for lights and stuff. But if you're paying it for the gas and you decide not to pay it on the gas and go cold, because you know that at some point, because most people are living hand to mouth, aren't they? Let's face it.
Damn straight. And there are people in worse positions than me. So it's not me sort of like boo-hoo, I'm sorry for myself. It's just...
No. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm in a better position than many.
Like God bless us just put, got to keep some cash in reserve. And maybe because you're on the spectrum, that's something you're thinking about. What if something happens and I haven't got the money because I've spent it on heating when I could potentially go without heating and go to bed with a jumper and a dressing gown on? I mean, nobody should have to. Don't get me wrong. I'm not suggesting that you've got to do that or any of it, but it's wrong. But perhaps that's something. Maybe that's what's going on. I've
also become, daft as it sounds, very, very reclusive. Even though I've got a certain number of friends, family, and people that do give a fuck, I'm a member of a darts team. But sometimes I won't show up because I think, no, I can't really afford to fucking spend a couple or three beers. You know what I mean? It's like stupid. I know I can afford it, but I can't get my head around. Oh, no. Keep hold of me money. Keep up with my money. I need, exactly. Need it for something else.
Yeah.
It is fucking mad. It is fucking mad. And this ongoing battle with the PIP and da-da-da, taking them to a tribunal, trying to get the help and support from third parties that supposedly specialise in this is I'll tell you what, when it comes down to getting the right help and support, I've got more chance of winning the lottery, which would be a miracle because I don't even put money on it, or catching HIV, which would also be a miracle because I haven't had sex in a long time. There you go. I'm making light of the situation as well, and a bit of a joke because I do still have a natural sense of humour.
Right. You haven't considered reaching out to Tina, have you?
Who? Sorry?
Tina.
I might or might not have done. I know that there was an offer made a while back, but in the midst of time, any contacts I've had, I've also had some IT issues on my phone and bits and bats, and for some reason, all my memory got full, and now if I went back to factory reset, I'd probably lose all my contact numbers and everything, even if I've got things backed up on the cloud. So I just don't know what I'm doing on tech and IT and my smartphone. My head's all over the fucking place, brother.
Right.
That's the truth of it. I didn't even get out of bed until fucking 5 o'clock this afternoon. Having got to bed at about 1 o'clock this morning, admittedly, woke up, had to dash to the toilet because I had the raging squits. God knows why, but I did. And then I didn't get up till 5 o'clock. And I'm a little bit like Douglas Bader, flying by the seat of the pants. But the difference is, even though I've had a couple of beers, I'm not actually legless. But bad dad joke. Sorry, I had to get that one in.
Oh, why is this not bloody working? Hang on a sec. Something going
on
on
fuck it! I'm being a bit of a wanker, and I.
No, not at all, mate.
I do feel like a bit of a wanker, and I've opened up my heart to everyone that's listening in. Fuck it. And no, I haven't got my phone on, and I'm not looking at comments. I've got you on silent on my TV screen.
I'm
talking to you on the phone, and that's it.
I've just sent you an email with.
I'll pick that up shortly.
I've sent you an email with an email address, okay, which is Tina Chave, who's been friend of the channel for ages. She's a friend of mine.
Right, it's a name that I've heard mentioned before. I haven't had a notification yet.
Right.
But it will probably come. Andrew.
There you go.
Bang.
Bang.
Just
right, email.
Okay. Yeah, I've just received
email,
a notification from you.
Right. Just email Tina and explain to her what's going on. And
no, Tina, I probably won't do it tonight.
No, we'll do it when you can. Tina is busy. She's had a bit going on over Christmas and stuff as well. But
I can imagine.
I know she'll get back to you when she can. So drop her a line and remember, if we can help people, if I can send you to somebody that I think can help you, I'll do that. You know that from being a long-term follower of the channel.
And for what it's worth, all right, maybe I'm doxing something, but you're one of the few people that's given me your personal number, which is max respect.
Yeah. Well, you've
there
been
you
around.
Go. I've been around for a while. Yeah.
For a long time on this. So yeah. Yeah. So. But send Tina an email, explain everything that's going on, give us some time to get back to you.
No dramas. And I'm also aware of the fact, Dan, that I have somewhat neglected the community in terms of my last stream and my input and blah, blah, blah. But a lot of the time, I just cannot face the outside world. I escape in my PlayStation. It's a standalone game, whatever. And because I find it very hard to face reality.
I get it.
And again, this is basically down to the DWP and they're fighting about with my pip and everything. But all of a sudden, I'm miraculously cured, haven't I? No points, 0 for 1.
Sounds
Graham, a bit like us at Eurovision, doesn't it?
Yeah. Listen, Graham, you know that I've been through some shit myself.
Absolutely,
I'm
mate.
not shy
and,
to share that on the channel. But I know what it's like to feel on your own. I know what
Which
it's
is
like.
why I've also reached out and offered you a chance to sort of rant at me if you need to let off steam when my phone's on. Oh, by the way, did you manage to get hold of the fruit machine guy that I was on about the other day, Chris 217?
I sent.
Has he got back to you yet, or not?
I've not heard from him. I sent him a friend request. I've not had a response from that I know of. Normally it says this person.
I'm not being rude, mate.
I know.
I had to ask because I did sort of reach out in the public chat on one of his uploads earlier, but whether he picks up on it or not, I do not know. But obviously, you've been through the shit, and now that he's had the recent issue himself,
yeah,
you've been there, you've done it, and you might be able to help. And I love it a bit. For being man enough to reach out to him as a favour, And
well, as I said, I
thank you for that.
I know, mate. I know. As I said, I sent him a friend request.
Sure, that was about 4 or 5 days ago. Yeah,
normally,
I remember.
Normally, Facebook say such and such has accepted your friend's request, but I've not seen that. However, I have seen, and it may be because I've looked at his profile. I have seen a couple of posts from him in my feed. But I don't want to go interrupting his. I've sent him the friend request. I'd rather not burst into his, DMs.
It's not a case of bursting into his bubble per se.
Well, I want to make sure that I'm not stepping on.
And you're not intruding.
Toes.
You're reaching out to him as a request from me personally, and there are hopefully 2 subscribers of his that I know of that should be aware of this by now.
Right.
Unfortunately, one of them no longer has a Facebook account. Otherwise, he would have private messaged him to say, "Hey, yeah, such and such did a friend's request.
Yeah.
Maybe we're not on the wrong profile. I'm not sure, but it doesn't matter. Well, I don't know.
We'll get there. We'll get there. Listen, no, reached out, and he's, he he has a way of getting back to me. It may be that my message. Yeah. It may be that it may just be that he's not seen it. I don't know. So I'm not pressuring anybody. I'll literally. I've sent that out. I will still try and buzz around and try and get his attention. And if he says, "Oh, hi," you sent me a friend's request, and then I'll sure. I'll go into it.
I can only remember your first name, Dan. What's your surname? I've forgotten.
Mine.
Or what profile did you send it on? I can't remember.
It's Danny. Danny Salter.
Danny
Salter.
What, Salter?
Yeah.
Ah, right. Okay, that's fine. I can reach out another way. Salter. Sierra Alpha Lima Tango Echo Rome.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
I used to go out in school with a girl called Karen Pepper. That didn't last long because people took the fucking piss out of us. Rotten.
Okay, Danny Salter, yeah?
Yeah.
Right, okay, that's fine. I can, right. That's given me some information so I can bang, right. We'll see. Shit. So you used to go out with someone at school and what?
I used to go out with a girl at school, and her name was Karen Pepper.
Oh,
so you can imagine.
I can imagine, salt and pepper.
Yeah, you can imagine the grief we used to get. That didn't last very long, that relationship.
Oh, what was that name of that track? Shit, it's on the tip of my lips. Oh, Push It Real Good.
Oh, Salt and Pepper, yeah.
Salt and Pepper, yeah. You know what I'm on about, yeah. Them two IC3s that were shaking their booty. Well popular back in, was it the 80s or 90s? Fucking hell, I'm old enough to remember Salt and Pepper.
A while back. Well, it was clearly a female, God bless. The name was Karen. Knobhead.
Talking of bloody Karens, Jesus, where I'm sure it's probably been mentioned in your live earlier about a certain is it plastic or volunteer plod? Oh, you can't sing Christian songs outside of a church.
Yes.
And yes, I know that. Yeah, that was it because you did an upload the other day. Yeah,
I did.
Fucking blinding. Well, I don't necessarily want to hear the call to Alan Stackbar. Who is Alan and where's his Stackbar anyway?
Exactly my point. I got called racist for that upload by a few people. Why did you have to bring Islam into it? Well, the reason I brought Islam into it is because that is we don't get Sikhs screaming in the street. We don't get Jewish people screaming in the street.
No,
we very rarely get I never see a Sikh or a Jewish person standing on a box preaching. But yet we have the screeching coming from the call to prayer, and we have Christians and Catholics preaching in the street. Now, it's either okay for both or it's not okay for anybody.
However, it seems to be clearly unokay for the white, sorry, not necessarily white, but Christian people.
Yeah.
Well, this used to be a Christian company. Country even.
Well, it is a company. The UK government is a company, isn't it? So,
well, they're all fucking corrupt and full of shit. I'll tell you what. See that Sat Khan and bloody Cameron and a few others. I'd like to fold them up like a pretzel and properly fucking hurt them like what Ronnie Cray said in a certain movie.
That's
almost hate speech, isn't it?
That's an opinion, yes. That's an opinion.
That's almost hate speech, but it's an opinion. And opinions are like arseholes. Some of us are, but we've all got one. Right, I think I've sounded off a lot. I've released a little bit of stress, and I really appreciate you, Dan, for taking the call. We can also have some private dialogue at some point. But I don't want to take up all your time and all the rest
Graham,
of it.
I had to take the call. I had to take the call because he didn't tell me it was you.
Oh, don't be a knobhead. I was talking to knobheads. Actually, no, let's move on from that. Yeah. So, when it comes down to the police and bits and bats, Now, you know that I know a few people in the auditing circuit.
Yes.
Now, for the police, right, for the plod to say, being called a pedophile and nonce and all the rest of it by whoever is being filmed, that's not classed as inciting hate or da-di-da-di-da and blah, the rest of it. And yet, you can guarantee, if it wasn't one of the self-styled auditors or vloggers that have been called that, they probably stamp on it as hurty words and hate crimes and that. So again, two-tier policing again, yes or no?
No, of course there is. There always. I said this earlier. You know, I've made reports to the police, and this is where people go, "Oh, see, you're police hater, but you'll phone them when you need them." You know, that's completely irrelevant because the police are there for a reason. If somebody commits a criminal offence, okay, that's what they're there for. Of course, I'm going to phone them. You know, if somebody steals from me, what am I going to do? Go to them, give them a good kicking, and steal my stuff or take my stuff back? For me to get into trouble? No, I'm not. I'm going to go to the police because that is what they are there for. However,
that is you trying to do it the legal way, yes.
The reason I do what I do on here is to try and point out where the police are not acting properly.
That's okay. Most of the fucking time, isn't it?
If they were acting properly and treating people with respect and not tasering children and not getting children to be strip searched in cells or sexually assault vulnerable women who have called them because they've been attacked or they're on the wrong end of somebody in a bad relationship, if they didn't do all of that, my channel wouldn't exist. Simple as that.
And this is why you will never, unfortunately, in the foreseeable future, Dan, run out of content. And I'm sorry to say that. I don't think you will ever run out of content.
To be honest, that's part of the issue because there was so much to do. And then I had the strokes and then I was off for a while because I'm struggling. And then I came back and I came back with a bang, I think, when I came back. And then I had the stroke last year, which has thrown me again. Again, I'm grateful. I'm eternally grateful that I've not been left in a wheelchair or something like that. I am great, you know.
Sure.
I've not been left paralyzed or anything like that. The next one could, but I'm eternally grateful that that's not.
We don't want
the
that.
Case so
we
far.
Don't want that to happen. Of course, we fucking don't.
But it affects up here
because the DWP will turn around and say you're fit and capable of work. Yeah, right.
It screws your mental health up. Roger knows this one as well. It screws with your circadian rhythm. I can't fucking sleep properly, and even when I've had a sleep, I wake up feeling like I've had no sleep. I feel like I've not slept for fucking years, honestly, right? And which is why I have to sleep through the day. Before I know I'm going to come on here, I generally have to sleep through the day. Sometimes I
feel and totally get that.
But you know, there's so much to report on. I find myself at the moment and for the last 6 months or so thinking to myself, fuck, there's so much to do. And then just thinking about doing it can actually tire you out. When you've got chronic fatigue and CFS, ME and CFS, just thinking about doing something can tire you out. And that's probably the hardest thing to deal with what I've been left with since the strokes is that.
And then you get information overload and it's like, fuck, how can I prioritise this, that and the other when I've got so much on my fucking plate?
Yeah.
I don't know where to fucking start. And it's a vicious bloody circle, Dan.
Yeah.
100%. I feel exactly where you're at, brother.
It's hard work, mate. But I'm still here. I'm not doing what I used to do at the moment. I do plan on coming back. I do. That's, I wouldn't be on here still on this profile if I didn't. I
remember how your channel used to be, and yes, I know I used to feed you a lot of reports, and then bits and bats, and my phone died, and different phone, and I no longer get the information that I should be getting because I've probably not been searching it and da-da-da. But at the end of the day, for health reasons and this and that, yes, your channel has had to take a slightly different direction, but we know that your heart is still in it and there. This is why you still got so many loyal subscribers.
Well, I want to come back. That's the thing. I want to come back. That's why I keep the channel going and I do these live streams because I want to be back. And I will be back at some point.
Don't make me burst into song like UB40. Come back, baby, come back. Oh, I just did. Right, I think it's time, now that I've at least shown signs of life and da-di-da. Thank you again, Dan, for taking the time to listen to me rant and
no, mate, you're welcome.
So on and so forth. Thanks for the email, which I will follow up on in due course. And as Marty would say, peace, love, and respect. Or what do they say at the end of Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels? What did Vinnie Jones say? I think you know what's coming, don't you?
Oh, Vinnie Jones? He's been emotional.
Yeah, Vinnie Jones at the end of Lock, Stock, yeah?
Been emotional.
That's the one. You know it, brother. You know it.
All right, my man.
So, yeah,
listen, I'm going to take one more call. Somebody's trying to get through, so I'm going to take one more call.
No dramas. I'll hang up. All the best.
All right, mate. I'll speak to you soon.
Okay. Sayonara.
Ta-ra, mate. Ta-ra. Oh, they've gone. Right, there was somebody trying to call while I was on that call. I'll take one more call, so try calling back. There we go. Hello, good evening, and welcome.
Can you imagine? Yeah, talk clever. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Is that Dan?
It is, yes.
Hello. Just a quick call. I forgot I'm behind time. Are you all right?
I'm okay. Who's this? Is this? I recognise the voice.
What? Yeah. Doesn't matter about that. Your mate was talking earlier on, right? Right. I've got to say something. I'm only going to be short and sweet. I know you've got loads of calls coming through, so I'm just going to be short and sweet, right? I had to come through. It was my duty to come through, right? Your mate was on earlier on, talking about different things and about Jesus Christ and God and everything like that, right? All I'm going to say, I know you don't believe, and I know you haven't had any supernatural experiences, this, that, and the other. I have, right? I've seen Jesus many, many times, right, Dan? And you know, I like you. You're a nice man, honestly. Trust is from the heart. You're a nice man, and I like you. Do you understand?
Okay.
Right. You're a nice man, right? The only problem I have, right, is you don't believe, and obviously you've never had your experiences, but honestly, believe me, honestly, you know what's going on across the earth, the wicked, the evil, we're at the end of the age, Dan, right? So I advise you to think long and hard, even though you haven't had any supernatural experiences with the Lord, right, to just speak out to the Lord, because you live on your own, in your private time, speak out to the Lord, right? And if you speak out to the Lord and you actually come to the Lord, Dan, with all your heart, from the heart, truly, and confess with your own mouth that Jesus is Lord, and you truly believe it from the heart, and confess of all your sins and repent of all your sins, right? You'll be forgiven, then you'll go up rather than down.
The problem is,
you certainly don't want to go down, and I don't want you to go down. Honestly, right. Dan, I do not want you to go down. I want you to go up, right?
The problem is, okay, in order to repent any sins, you have to actually want to repent them. I am who I am because of everything I've been through in life, things I've done, good and bad. I'm not,
even if you tell a little white lie, even if you that's me, that's me, not just you, anybody. If you tell a white lie,
I know, but what I'm saying is, I've that being the case, I've sinned many times, okay, but in order to repent those sins, you have to regret them, and I don't regret the decisions I've made in.
Well, do you know what it is, Dan? I've seen heaven, right? I haven't died. You know how people have had out-of-body experiences where they've had heart attacks or strokes. No reflection on you, God bless you, right? But you know how people have had strokes, heart attacks, etc., or they've been hit by a bus and they've went to the pearly gates and they've actually seen heaven. I haven't had none of that done, right? I've been taken up wide awake in my spirit. I've seen King Jesus. I've seen his Father, Yahweh. I've actually seen into heaven, little snippets of heaven, right? And it's absolutely beautiful. And that's where I want you to go, right? Now, I'll tell you what, Dan, I'm not lying to you. You will hear the trumpets blown, because the trumpets are about to blow soon from the heavens. They're going to be extremely loud. Everyone's going to hear them.
Right.
Even the unbelievers and the ones who reject Christ are going to hear them, right? And it's no good falling in a then. That's you or anybody else. The ones who reject Christ or disbelieve, right? It's no good falling in because it's going to be too late. Because he should have.
Oh,
the way Christ looked at it, he's give you ample opportunity.
Right.
My family are the same. My dad's the same, Dan. My dad's the same, Dan. He's a Christ rejector, right? And I've already cut ties with my dad. I've already cut him off. Dead.
Listen. Because I'm going to have to wrap this up, right? Because it's 10 o'clock. I need to get the panel going. But my point is, right? Would you? Let me just ask you a very quick question, okay? And please give me a quick answer. If somebody came up to you and started saying to you, you know, you shouldn't believe in God because of X, Y, and Z, would you listen to them?
Right.
Or would you say, no, I follow my own path?
I would refuse it because I know God's real. That's fine. I've had many supernatural experiences with the Lord.
Okay. Well, I for one wouldn't go up to somebody and say to them, you shouldn't believe in something. Okay?
But the Lord does tell you in his word in the Bible to go out and preach to everybody and tell them, right? And if they like it or not, he tells you. You get a lot of Satanists, you know, Dan, who come against you. You get a lot of Satanists who come against you. But he does tell you to preach to everybody. He does tell you, Dan. I know.
Listen, but I'm not a religious person, and to be honest, I'm going to wrap this
Dan,
conversation up
you know
now
what boils my piss, Dan? You know what boils my piss, Dan? It's got nothing to do with religion, with Jesus Christ.
Okay,
Jesus hates religion.
Right, okay. I don't believe in that stuff. You know I don't. Everybody that watches this knows I don't. And I've got to be honest, to come on here and tell me that I need to be...
Well, I want you to go to heaven, right, I don't want you to go to hell, Dan.
Right, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much. But I don't want to have this conversation. So I'm gonna call it there, and we're gonna move on to the rest of our show. But I appreciate you wanting me to go to heaven. That's great. I don't believe in it. I don't think I'm going to go there. Therefore, as far as I'm concerned, there's no conversation now with that. Okay.
Right. Well, fair enough.
Right.
Have a good night.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
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 Right. Anyway, we're going to move on. I don't mind people talking about how they feel and how God helps them and stuff like that. But I don't believe, and to be fair, I don't. You know, that's like somebody coming up to me and it is somebody coming up to me and telling me that I should be doing something that I don't want to do, and I wouldn't tell somebody that they should do something that they don't want to do. It's entirely up to them what they want to do. It's their own choices, their own decisions, and that's it. But I said I was going to take that one last call. That's it. It's now gone 10 o'clock, so we're now moving on to the panel, and we're going to move on from that. So, going to go for a quick wee because I've not been for one yet. So I'm going to go for a quick wee. I'll see Roger. I'll see you in the back there. I will pop the link to the panel in the chat, and I will pin it. When I come back, I'll let you on in order of you appearing in the back room there. Roger's first, by the way, as always. Right, so pin message. Let me go for a quick wee. Don't know why I said that, and I'll be back in just a second. Okay, and we're back. I know that's Roger there. God bless. There's two of you in the background, but one of you says device is not connected. So I'm going to boot that one. Now you've gone completely knobhead. Right. Tina, can just give us a little. Thank you.
Hi, Dan. Hello. Hi, Roger. Hi, Mrs. W.
Hi, Jane.
Oh, Dan was not having a number 2, Jace. I'll have you know. Oh, let me take that off the screen. Hang on a second, because I've still got that up. Plain live. There we go. That's the one. How are we?
I'm good, thanks. Dan. How's you?
That was an unexpected.
Have you read Discord?
No, I've read some WhatsApps.
Well, I should read Discord, mate.
Ooh, what's going on there, Roger?
No, it's private, team. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Sounds bad. Been watching your videos, Roger.
Thank you.
I'm subscribed to you anyway, but I've been watching them lately, and I'm like, oh, that's a good one, Roger. Oh, that's another one. I'll watch that one.
I didn't put nothing out last week because we were here, there, and everywhere and visiting. This week will be a bit scarce as well because it's me Uncle Bob's funeral tomorrow.
I think I've been catching up. I've been missing a few because I've been busy. So I was like, let's do a Roger day today. So
and I've got something to say on this attack in London as well that people aren't seeing.
I don't know anything about that. So
shall I carry on with that, Pat, while you're typing there, mate?
Yeah, do that for me if you don't mind.
Hi, Box, and those that were asking about this corrosive attack in London, I'll call it. Now, if you've been following what's being said about it, now, first of all, before the police started even looking for him, the government, in particular one MP, I can't remember his name, was on a live interview pushing this attack as something to do with, this wouldn't have happened if we'd have had the Rwanda plan. So they're absolutely using it for their narrative and to push that. Okay. Now, before the police offered the reward today, it was being put out that the church must be held to account for taking the bullshit of him turning Christian and backing him on his asylum claim, even after being convicted for 2 sex attacks. So what the police were doing is hanging off, trying not to find him, believe it or not, until that was brought up. So now the government and the police can go after the church. And there you go.
Wow.
People didn't see that I connected all the dots.
Right.
Now,
you've got to look behind the scenes, haven't you? Yeah.
With a camera, the police would have found the bastard in 10 minutes. Now, this guy is marked up. He's easily identifiable. They didn't give a description initially, only said, oh, don't approach him, he's dangerous. Well, how do you know who he is? You know, it's very scary what they're doing. Very scary.
They always change the narrative, don't they? I've noticed that quite a lot on their reports.
Yep.
They change the narrative to suit either religion or different cultures, and they are doing it quite a lot around the country.
Yep. And that's why this has been dealt with the way it's been dealing with. They've been dealing with it, I think.
Yeah.
They want to use it to promote certain things.
Right.
Victoria wires asylum down to the church, and then Home Office approved it. They did, but I believe they've done is they've approved it based on a letter from the church.
From the church and the police. The police gave him a recommendation as well, mate.
Oh, a glowing one, no doubt. They said they wanted him to join.
And this week, the papers today, there's 20 of them. Was it last weekend? Got all baptised, another 20 in a little village.
Oh, they're all doing it now. They're going round the bloody camps and the hotels saying who wants to turn Christian.
Yeah, and how many of them
It'll
be in
help
the church?
your asylum claim. You know.
Trouble is, you want to put a tag on them. I bet they're going to all the halal restaurants afterwards and halal butchers and shops. It's a scam.
They will never. If you are a genuine faith, you will never give it up. If you're going to change your faith just like that, that's not true, because they always have their genuine faith. And in a lot of faiths, once you join that faith, you can't let it go. And that is the same said for different organisations.
Exactly. You can find faith if you want to, but if you found one, as you say, very, very rarely do people switch.
Yeah, but isn't it
devout Muslims? I don't understand this word. It's called taqiyya. Taqiyya. It's permissible to lie.
Yes,
in the Bible, where does it say about it's permissible to lie? I'm not going down the eyes to ears to root, but I'm just saying, you know, just
is Islam, the old religion of peace, there says if you are not basically, if you're not Muslim, you should be unalive.
You're supposed to be cut off. Yeah, you're supposed to be cut off.
You should be unalived if you're not you know, a Muslim. So blatantly apostate, isn't it?
Yeah, apostate, that's it.
Or apostle or something.
Don't apostate.
But clearly these people who have been, you know, Muslim all their life are hardly likely to turn around and go, oh yeah, suddenly I believe in Christianity. It ain't going to happen.
They know they're going to have like a what's that word used when they put a death threat on you? You got to. It is written in the Quran. If you leave, you have to die. I mean, I know it's a difficult subject for some people to talk about, but I'll tell you what, it's really since the October 7th, and then we had the Palestine protest in London, which was a show of power, all the carpet sniffing outside number 10 and everywhere. They've just shown their hand, and now they're getting brave. It's the Islamics, you know, the extremist ones, and it's snowballing. It is. Look at the schools, Batley and all the other schools, and London. MPs. Oh, what do you know? What I've got no. Do you know what? I've got no real pity for them, because now you know what we're putting up with. MPs have their stab vests and everything, and getting petrol bombed. We warned you. We told you. Now you're suffering like we are. And to be honest, when I say it's a good thing, I don't mean that in a nasty way that they should suffer. Is that now they might, you never know. You never know, they might do something. Maybe. And I know it's a Conservative Party didn't back him up today. They said, no, we're not going to give you protection. Go into hiding. Wear steadfast. Sorry, Claire. Sorry, my wife's telling me to keep quiet. Sorry,
we are changing. We are changing, because in my city, there is an Islamic mosque, and I've always got on well with the people there. I've got no issues with them. But it's usually the individuals. But lately, we have a hotel here. It's been overtaken by Algerians, right? They have wrecked that hotel. They're literally building bonfires in the front garden and smoking fucking weed and taking drugs. And the police are watching this and doing nothing. If that was us, the people that live here, they'd have arrested in 30 seconds.
Well, look in Ireland. You see them. They had one where there were a load of immigrants outside the hotel, and they had a dog they're cooking a dog on a spit roast, like a hog roast. In Swindon here, where I am, I know a lot of people in Swindon, and I know people that work in the hotels that are being sacked, laid off because the hotel's been overtaken. But there has been some where the really posh ones, where they've had just two floors for them, and they said they wrecked it. They shit in the lifts. They've lit fires in the rooms to make food and intimidate everyone. Look, you've got to say it as it is. Everyone's scared to talk about the elephant in the room, because ever since Labour got into power in '97 with Blair, it was clever. You've got to admit, it's very clever what they've done. They conditioned it so that if you say anything, you're racist, you're this, you're that. It's like, look at the Rotherham. You know, all the girls getting raped. How can we turn our back on little girls getting raped by foreigners? And if we say anything, even the police, it's racist, politically incorrect. That's where we are right now. Where are we going to be next week or next month or next year?
Taking lessons from the local imam.
Yes, yeah, I know. I mean, yeah, because that's my prayer, Matt. Not for everyone.
Everyone should have a right, but like I watched that video that you did down with that female officer pointing her tongue out.
Yeah.
Because somebody was singing outside. She was singing outside of a church. Was it that the one?
That's the one.
That's right. No.
Yeah.
What it is, right? There's a girl called Harmony London, her name is. She's a Christian, and she always goes out and sings gospel songs. You know, like the black people are very happy and very into, you know.
She's got a big following online as well. So she does.
She's well known for it. She's well known for it.
I hope that police officer, that volunteer, gets bloody sacked, because that was outrageous. Outrageous.
Well, the police have apologised for it, but as far as I know, that's all they've done so far.
We've all, but as you know, and back in history, all of us know, you have a right to talk about your faith in a public place. You have freedom of speech. They can't tell you to stop, but they're arresting preachers right across the country that are preaching, Christianity, and it's just ridiculous.
Did you see the video of that black guy preaching on his own, not disturbing anybody, and the police come and arrest him? And you see another video of one of these Islamists went right up to the police, said, "I'm doing that," and then the copper turned around to the crowd saying, "No, he's entitled to do all this." That's what I mean.
Yeah, really.
You see this with the protests that are going on in London. Oh, would you like to see when you climb up that, hill?
The best ever speech made talking about the future for this country was by Enoch Powell, when he said that the Englishman and the white group of this country will become a minority in the not too distant future. And he got sacked for that.
And that's something that can be found online YouTube before you start fucking giving it the big.
Yes, it is. Yeah, the Enoch Powell speech.
You guys in the panel watching us and everything, look. I'm not going to say the cliche, "Oh, my best friend's black." I've got lots of mates from all different. I even got some Muslim mates, but they're in Morocco. They're not the same.
Your best friend's a Thai boy, isn't it?
You fish. And you want to do a throuple. Anyway, so it's not about that. It's the culture. It's the culture. It's the not integrating and dominance and like the schools. If you don't do as we say, let our kids come in and pray on the floor and wear Palestine flags, we're going to bomb you. And they do get bomb threats. Teachers are going into hiding. It's the way. Our country is the best country in the world. I don't care what anyone says.
Oh, yes, it is. Yeah, I agree.
Like all this hatred we got against white people here. We're the ones that stopped the slavery. We're the ones that have welcomed people here to start a new life, giving them homes for free, money, everything. We're the most generous nation. I mean, even things for animals and everything like that. In Spain, when I go to Spain, it's all the expats, English expats, that are setting up the rescue centres for animals, because over in Spain, what happens is someone gets a dog and they leave it in their yard all day, yapping. Someone kidnaps it, drives it 50 miles up the road and dumps it. We are the best country in the world. We are. I don't care what anyone said. We love.
I agree, because I love it when I hear. I mean, I don't dislike Biden as a president of America, but he always says that America is the most democratic country in the world. I disagree. Why would Americans, if they weren't stupid, elect an orange-faced, paedophile, bankrupt person as a fucking president? Sorry.
Hang on a minute. You what about
Trump?
No. Only president. Only politician. That's why I'm supporting him. He's the only politician I've ever seen in my life, and I'm 57, you know. Right? Only person I come across in my life that has had a manifesto and stuck to every word he said. He's the only, and then when they call him racist and that, you can't include Obama, who was whatever he is. He's the only president whose family, their wealth has never, ever in any way been linked to slavery. Only president ever.
President Trump is an asshole. I'm sorry you got your opinion, but I got mine.
He's a good arsehole, isn't he? He's a good arsehole.
No, he's not.
What is the point of having a mashed potato as a president of one of the biggest countries in the world?
He wants to have America as a dictatorial country. He wants to be Putin. He's already said this. He says he wants his family he wants to hand down the throne of America to his kids. The man's insane. Absolutely fucking insane.
Out of the two, Biden or Trump, what would you rather have? Pint of piss or
Biden.
pint of shit?
Biden.
Really?
Well, if you look at the records over the last 6 months, all right, he's created nearly over 1.5 million jobs across the country. He's got the lowest, the stock exchange and the money there, all the way down, all the way down. Trump did nothing. He left them with $1 trillion worth of debt when he came out of office. $1 trillion. And his family made profit while he was a president.
I'll have to look into this.
Bob Hunter, if you can't be respectful in the fucking chat, then don't comment. All right, mate? Next time, you'll be binned. Okay? First warning and only warning, mate.
Just look at what Biden is doing compared to Trump, and you'll see the difference. Biden's been in the office, in the parliamentary work as a politician all of his life. Trump is a game show host who failed miserably.
I don't want to get into it all now.
The thing is, right? It doesn't matter.
Biden's opened those gates. Look at the state of New York right now and all the other places with all the migrants coming there. In there,
it doesn't matter who's in office. It doesn't matter who's in office. They are puppets. They are puppets for bigger, more powerful people.
Same as ours. They all look to money. The same as our politicians, and you can look at. I think you can go online and you can look at financial records. Now I'll send you a link, guys, if I can find it. But you can look at who they're linked to. So before you couldn't. So a lot of MPs were linked to arms groups, dodgy banking, dodgy stock marketing. That's what we should be checking out with these MPs. What exactly are they doing and where are they getting the money from? So we've got the same corruption here like any other country, really. Yeah, it's all backhanders from the big boys.
There's never any war with Trump, was there? He doesn't have to make money out of arms and weapons like the other ones did.
He's put enough money into dodgy business.
Okay, yeah, maybe dodgy business, but do you think the war with Ukraine and Russia would have happened? Well, it's not a war; it's a special operation anyway. Because it
would have happened. It would have happened whether or not Trump was in power, because Russia wants Ukraine. They want the country, and they're not going to stop there. They want the half of the European Union.
Do you know what? And I kind of agree with Tina in a way there, right? Russia wanted Ukraine. However, it was this whole UN moving on their doorstep that gave Russia that kick to go and do it at that point. I do think that I agree that Russia wanted Ukraine, okay, but I think it was the whole let's set up UN, UN on the border of Russia is what was the straw on the camel's back, so to speak. That would have happened.
Yeah, they put was it the UN or was it NATO that put troops in Poland and all the others going away? That's their job. They have to protect the countries that are in NATO. That's their job. They've not done anything. They just sat there, but that's their job.
And they were doing genocide from 2014, killing people in the Donetsk area. I mean, it's a big subject we probably should save for another show, but it's quite a deep one. If you go back to 2014, I mean, even look at the BBC reports on YouTube prior to a couple of years, well, a year and a half ago, whatever it is now, a year and a bit, you see how they keep, everyone else was saying about how Ukrainians are corrupt, and all the weapon labs there from USA and all the other things. Have a look and see how that virtual signaling changed overnight when Russia listened to their people in the Donetsk area being mutilated and slaughtered for so many years. He looks after his own people. I have to give him that. I know you're going to shoot me down for this, but if you look at it and see the timeline, you start to understand.
You've got to understand as well that a third of those living in Ukraine are Russian people, and they don't want to leave the Ukraine. They moved there to be with their families, and Putin doesn't care. He does not care.
I just want to address something in the comments, guys. Listen, if you don't agree with somebody, that's fine. Absolutely, you've got every right to disagree with somebody. But let's remember, let's attack the argument, not the person. Okay, a person has a belief because of what they know, what they've learned. Okay, and we all, see things slightly differently, which is why we've all got our own beliefs and our own opinions, which is absolutely fine. That's, you know, it's great, in fact. But remember, please, let's.
Yeah,
If
guys,
you've got an issue with somebody's argument,
well,
up
now, Bob, you don't have to. All right, bye.
What am I missing? I don't know what I'm missing, but me and Tina, she knows I love her to bits, and we get on well. We're just having an adult conversation without shouting and calling each other Nazis and falling on the floor in a fetal position.
No, we share opinions. That's what being. Yeah, it's opinions. We don't disagree. Well, we disagree on certain points, but what you have to be is a passive and a basically acceptable person. You can't be passive aggressive when you have a conversation. You have to be assertive so you reach a middle ground of understanding. If you can't have a conversation like that, don't talk, because it won't work. So,
Angela, can you come on camera for a minute, please, Angela?
We're all friends here. Right?
Yeah.
Can you just do that for me?
I'd never fall out with anybody on this panel here, ever, ever, ever. I'd like to listen to their point of view. It's like when we get these lefties as well.
Hi, Angela.
I'd love them to come on so I could talk to them. Good evening, Angela.
Hiya.
To be honest, I said this to somebody last week, I think it was. I would rather go and live in Russia because you know what you're getting with Putin. He's not going to bullshit. He's not bullshitting people. He tells people what he wants to do, and he'll do it, right?
And it's
Whereas
cheaper as well.
You know, even if it's bad, at least you know what. You know, what do they say? You can trust a burglar, but you can't trust a liar. Do you know what I mean? That's not fucking saying. You know, you can trust a.
You know where you stand with those people. You know where you stand.
Yeah, that's the word I'm thinking of. Sorry, not trust. You know where you stand with a burglar, but you don't know where you stand with a liar. And unfortunately, here we're run by sociopathic, lying fucking knob jockeys. And Russia is okay. It's run by a sociopathic narcissist, right? But at least he ain't. At least he'll tell you what he's fucking doing.
Let the devil, you know, kind of thing.
And if his politicians, his PMs and stuff that he controls don't fucking pull the line, they get the. Well, I don't know about they fall out of a helicopter like in Ukraine, Zelensky, but they get bollocked. And that's what we need in our government. Everyone's so pussyfooting around here, and we know what's right and what is common sense and what is good for the general people in our environment. Yet we're pandering to the fucking wrong people.
yeah, but you wouldn't want to live the way Russians do. You wouldn't want to live like that in a dictatorship because you can't have a life of your own. You're governed by government, a very hard hand.
I've got people in Russia and that, and they go around and they show me the video, the shops and everything. Do you know what, Mike?
Oh, it's beautiful though. It's beautiful there. It's beautiful there.
There's no graffiti everywhere. It's a very beautiful place. I've got a mate of mine who's just had it's about a year ago now. The baby was toddling around. He's got like what do they call it? It's all in a little jumper suit thing.
Yeah, jumpsuit.
One, not romper stomper.
Onesie.
And
onesie.
and -40. He just built this house, and they're walking around in just t-shirts and shorts and stuff. And he showed me he's got one of those smart meters, and his monthly electricity bill, fucking toasty all day long at -40 plus, is a maximum of €15 a month. That's only available to the affluent areas, the big cities. It's not available to every Russian. So you've got a lot of people living outside of that area who don't get those facilities. They don't even have internet. Some of them are still using log cabins to live in and have to go outside to use it.
Haven't even got electricity.
No, we don't.
I haven't seen that personally myself. All I can go on is what I've seen. Random people that I've selected, and they've shown me their lifestyle, how much it costs in a fuel. I mean, fuel-wise though, where is it? Venezuela is the cheapest in the world. It is, well, I shit you not, and I'll post a link later, for a gallon, not a litre, a gallon of fuel in English money is just under half a pence.
Wow. Well, they've got the pipelines. They've got all the pipelines over there. They've got all of those pipelines.
Right. Why put the blame on Zelensky when he didn't ask Putin to send troops in to terrorize his people? Who wants to answer
Hang
that?
on a minute, he did though, he carried on. And look, they're corrupt. Right. Look, if anyone can disagree with me, right, how oh, hang on a minute. One of your youngest fans.
Right.
I'd like to answer that while Simon's busy. That is my question. Before NATO even put their troops on the other countries, before that was done, he invaded and he literally tried to flat pack all the cities. For what reason? For the reason he's already said himself. He said in a speech he wants Ukraine and he's not going to stop. He wants all the other countries as well that he lost in the Warsaw Pact. He wants them back.
Where have you seen that he's... Well, hang on a second. I've got to get...
No, I need to show Dan Pappy's picture.
Oh, right. Okay, let her do this, guys.
That's lovely.
Is your dad got that stuck next to his computer screen?
NATO was only put into the other countries after the war started. But he's not going to stop at Ukraine. He's made his plan clear. He wants every country that was lost to the Warsaw Pact returned to him. He wants his territory back. He ain't going to stop.
But that was never his, though, was it? That was never his. It was all to do with the USSR, wasn't it? And so it wasn't his. And so we need to stop being greedy. Yeah, we need to get over it.
They took independence, didn't they, themselves after the war? They took independence from him. And he's not happy with that. But Putin's days are numbered. He's got cancer. Right, he won't do the surgery because he's afraid that the actual surgeons won't let him wake up.
God, no, I didn't mean that. Oh my God.
He won't have the surgery.
Came out my mouth.
Who's going to take over? Are we going to get somebody even worse take over? We don't know yet.
No,
there is prisoners they've got, which were the opposing party, and I think the Russian people themselves are fed up with this war. They are struggling really bad. They are literally struggling to get food, to get supplies, everything. So I think the people and the troops have had enough. So this is just not getting anywhere. They expected it to be a walkthrough in the park. They never expected the Ukraine to fight back. They never expected that.
How are they fighting back? With our taxpayer money, and all the countries are going. Like, what's his name? The Pakistan, India, Khan, the president, in prison now. Why? Because he refused to support Ukraine.
They didn't start. Yeah, but they didn't start with money from Ukraine first. They had their own troops, their own equipment. The first thing they did was they had children, teenagers rather, that used to do a drone club. And they realized they could use the drones to drop their missiles. Okay, so the kids, the teenagers, taught the troops how to use.
Comment, Dan.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it.
That basically, they taught them how to use the drones, with the soldiers using them now to do attacks. But the children didn't do it. It was the actual troops they taught how to use the drones. So in the very beginning, the first 6 to 8 months of that war, they did it themselves. They were doing it themselves.
It's all propaganda. Like when Hamas and Israel, where apparently Israel bombed the hospital, but what it was one of Hamas's failed rockets came back in. Prior to that, they showed thousands, well, not thousands, hundreds of babies all dead, and that was all lies. It was one of the failed. And then the same thing with Zelensky. He said one of his supermarkets, like Asda and Cara, like what we got over here, was Putin blew up and killed thousands of people in this supermarket. The supermarket was fucking empty, but for like about 3-4 months beforehand, it was closed down and it was used as a munitions dump. And then when you see the devastation afterwards, where this missile hit and it is blown up, and there's one fucking ambulance outside. And prior to that, as the missile hit, you see one car parked in a car park. You've got to watch out for this propaganda, how we're being bullshitted to and lied to. I mean,
I've seen a lot of live stuff from Ukraine about the devastation they've got, and I've seen it all, and it's live cameras. So I've seen a lot of the devastation.
There's a lady on here whose family is still in Ukraine. She's lived here for 20 years, and she said it's just that the family, like, they've literally, what's happening over there is horrific. And they
go back there for holiday. At our expense, our taxpayers' money.
You wouldn't get. You wouldn't.
She lives over here. She lives on her own. Her family doesn't live here. She lives here. She's been living here for 20 years. She worked as a legal something over there. Her family still live over there. I think her dad was a leading prosecutor over there. Still is, or has been retired or something. But they've all stayed there in hope that they'll be able to again get back to a peaceful life, I guess. But yeah, she's on YouTube though, so.
With what
every country,
our English people and our vets and our people in this country, we come first. We're the ones paying the taxes. You put us back to the queue, no jobs and everything like that. How are you going to pay your taxes to support all this fucking foreign aid and shit? It's all bullshit.
But you think about it though, like, what about, we don't have the people wanting to work anymore though. And like, how many farmers are just like they're giving up farming and selling the land off to property developers because they can't do it anymore. That it's not worth it.
Yeah, they're being forced into with all this climate change stuff. Look at over in France and Holland and places like that.
Yeah, that's happening here though. And people think that we can sustain ourselves. Not a chance. We've never been able to, and we won't be able to. And you know, I know so many farmers at the moment that are just selling up. That's it, because they can't get it. The government, well, the EU, we had to set aside enough money from them. Government promised us this, that, and the other. We've got nothing, absolutely nothing. And so now, what are we left with? Nothing. We don't have workers because people don't want the jobs. Whereas the European workers were wanting to work. They were wanting to work, put money into the system and stay here. And now they don't.
We get these care workers come over here because if you remember, a couple of years ago, we had this scam mask thing. Right? They sacked all the care home workers for not taking that thing. And that thing, that's illegal because it's against the Geneva Convention to be forced and coerced into taking something. And they sacked them all. Now look what we've got coming over here from these third world countries that are beating our pensioners up and stuff like that. You see it day in, day out. And then,
but you don't do the good that people do either though.
Sorry, Prince Andrew. They're doing a job, but they're getting paid the minimum wage, which is being massively topped up by our taxes. Free NHS, free this, free school meals, free this, free that. Wake up to the economics of it. It is not stable.
Sorry. But without these people, we're not going to get anywhere. Without people coming over here, they're still paying into the system.
They're not that, but what you're saying that we need these people to come over here because we need them. They're not. They're paying into the system. What they're taking back out of the system, they're putting in 10 quid in and taking out back out £1,000. And then they get their family reunification that will come over here. Look at the people that, oh, please.
Well, that's not what's happening though, is it? Because you can't, even if you marry someone that's not even from this country, you've got to be earning over 30 grand, I think it is, to even be able to bring your partner back. So that's not how it works. You've got to understand the terminology people use is really like important. You've got like asylum seekers, refugees, then you've got economic migrants. It's massively different. And so people that want to come over here and work, and they're different to people that are refugees or asylum seekers. And so that's...
Right, you go on a GMC, General Medical Council, right? Out of 1,000 doctors. Just go on the website. I can't do it right now because I've had a drink, but I do remember. Out of 1,000 doctors, 931 of them were foreign for things like sexual things, not having the real documents, fake documents, stuff like that. Is that what we want for our country? Where's our people? Where's this great nation? We have a good education system. Why are our kids being allowed to take on this thing? Look at, I don't mean to be horrible. I mean, I'm very much Welsh, English, Irish, Scots unite. But in Scotland, they get free university. What about our kids here down in the UK? See what I mean? See how it's being manipulated so that to bring us down, bring us down, bring us down, bring us down.
There's actually a Muslim doctor who's been outed because he's setting up a Muslim bride service.
Hang on, it wasn't a doctor. It was on that what's his name, Sir Alan, whatever his name is, that apprentice thing. That's the one you're talking about.
Well, I thought it said what I saw earlier. I didn't see anything about Alan Sugar. I just saw
it's the apprentice or something. So he's setting up a thing where you can bring over, basically, in short, layman's terms, because English women are out of sluts, so they want to bring over these Islamic women because they're different. That's the gist of it. Sorry, I know it sounds bad what I just said there.
They're bringing over Islamic women for all the single Islamic blokes that have come across the channel, because they're the only ones that will accept what they'll be fucking treated like.
Yes, because they think they're sluts otherwise. Yeah, thank you. you get the gist of it.
Yep, exactly, mate.
Tina, sorry, Tina, are you still about? I did put in the comments. I know you were still in the comments a minute ago because I tagged you. I don't know what happened. You just lost your video for a while.
Yeah.
She might have had internet problems again.
I'm sort of a bit passionate, guys, for anyone in the chat or the panel. It's just that, you know, I'm like I said, I'm in 50s. I remember when in the 80s and 90s growing up, wow, what a fucking life we had. We were so lucky. We were so lucky. Yeah. And I got my youngest daughter is 5 and my oldest daughter is 23. I've got 4 girls and a boy. Every day my boy is 18. When he leaves here and I see him going out, because I'm in a separate room, by the way, overseas TV. I see him going to college. I tend to come in here. He goes, "What's the matter, Dad?" I said, "Give me a hug. Look, just be careful. Keep your eyes about you, right?" Because even this shitty, that's where I live, Swindon. Fucking stabbings are going up, robberies, rapes, everything. Even a shitty little town like this, it's happening all over the country. But it's you know, you see, like look at yesterday, that poor old girl, a grandma, got savaged by 2 dogs. Little fucking tiny little bit in the paper online. These things that we've become desensitized. You know, 2 12-year-olds stabbed a teacher outside of school last week. What? You know what I mean? It's a little bit in the paper.
There was a bus driver killed in Scotland last night where a youth attacked him while he was driving the bus.
I think he was 12 as well, wasn't he? 13. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
So where was that to, Roger?
Scotland, I think it was.
Yeah, it was.
Howler, I see where you're coming from, but I think 8 years military service for citizenship will give people who don't like us an insight into how we protect ourselves. That's the issue that I have with that. I see where you're coming from. You know, I personally, my own opinion, if I wanted to move to another country, okay, I shouldn't be allowed to go there. You know, just to jump on the benefit system, right?
Yeah.
Now, I mean, it's slightly different because I'm classed as disabled, right? Same as Roger and Tina. If we wanted to move to another country, we would have to have X amount of money in our bank to be able to support ourselves. Okay. Now, I that's what I would expect. However, if I wanted to go to a country and I was able to work, I would have to have a job waiting for me in that country before I got there. Okay, that's the way I see it. If I just turned up in a country and said, "Oh, let me in," I don't want to go home because, you know, I've got some haters on YouTube. I'd expect them to go, fuck off, mate.
Number one.
If I went over there and I've got a job and I've got all the evidence that I've got a job and all the rest of it, yeah, and I can support myself, then fine, come on in. No issues with that. Add to the economy, support the economy, support everybody in the country by doing your bit. But
that's exactly right, Dan. I mean, if you come to, I mean, when I worked as a homeless officer, we'd see a lot of medical tourists coming over from different countries to try and get the NHS to pay for their treatment, then go back home. So basically, it was like, no, you cannot come here to use the NHS. And I had to turn, I think, up to 12 people away in 1 year. And one wanted to come here from India because he wanted a kidney transplant. Well, they do kidney transplants in India. Another one came from Spain and he wanted stomach surgery. And I said, no, Spain does stomach surgery, but I have to pay for that. I said, you've not contributed to this country, nor are you a citizen of this country, so you can't come here to use our NHS system. And that's what I had to deal with.
It's still getting it, though, Tina.
Do that for me, Jack. Good
sorry,
man.
Sorry, Simon.
I said, they still get it.
No, they can't. They literally can't, mate.
Look what I got ready for you. Hang on a minute.
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
shut
up. I missed you, Jack.
I've only been here for 5 seconds. You're already going with that.
Will you use that to shave your trouser beard, Simon?
I'll do it now, if you want my cake. No. Good to see you,
unless
Jack.
you're into pain, using an epilator.
How you doing, Jack?
They're not doing too bad, thanks.
How's the family doing? They okay?
Yeah, doing all right.
Okay.
Sorry,
grandma...
Jack. Sorry, mate. I'll just one second. Sorry. The problem is, right? is that people are bowing down to the woke, right? They think they're going to get cancelled. Even the politicians think they're going to get cancelled by the woke lot, piled on, and so they will bow down and literally polish the helmet of the woke, shall we say, right, in order not to get fucking piled upon. And we need somebody in power, in government, who says, do you know what, I don't care if you don't like me. This is what's going to happen, and actually do that. But there's nobody out there with the balls to do it.
No, because they're all rich. They don't care about the people down the ladder. You have to look at. They're all highly educated.
They're doing all this for these people coming over. They'll integrate them into society. And they think they can control them when they get all the power that they want to give them. Believe me, they fucking won't. The government will suffer the same as us because of it. There you go.
The reason most of those coming across are military-age men, that there's not been any women or children now coming over those boats for the last year and a half. It's all military-age men.
It just hasn't been publicised, Tina.
And they're coming from Algeria. There is no war in Algeria. There is nothing they're fleeing in Algeria. They're just coming here for the sake of it.
And Egypt, right? The thing is, right, you've got to... Excuse me. I don't know if you guys have got Twitter. Right?
No.
You know what you want about Elon Musk, right? He is very free speech on there. Go on there. Look at the map now. I used to be part of a sting gang a few years ago. I'm not going to name who they are, but I had to step away because I've got daughters, and when they're reading out the chat log, I found it very, very difficult, and they recognised it. We've got to protect them. We've got to keep them from harm's way when we're doing the sting. I'm not going to go into all that, right? But right now, these guys, fucking heroes. There's several a day, new ones. I mean, Dan, you see my Twitter, don't you? Right? And I repost them every day. People have just been here for less than a week, given that brand new phone. I'm not going to say no spicy names, but you know what I mean. And they're grooming our little kids, little boys and little kids straight away off the boat. I mean, look at that other fucker, the one with the acid tap, Abdul, whatever his name is, Azidi. Well, he not only had he done a sexual attack, he'd already been done for exposing himself. Twice he felt silent.
That was next. They were ex-partners, weren't they? Though, then they're not.
No, well, no, they weren't. No, they weren't. All right, okay.
No, that was her ex-partner. They were ex-partners. That's what it said.
He threw the acid on.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Yes, I'm not on about the sexual assaults he done prior.
Oh, no, sorry, I thought that's what you were referring to. That main crime. Sorry, I just.
No.
I just think those crimes happen regardless, no matter what race, colour, and wherever you're from, doesn't it?
But it's just time and time again. Mental health. It's always, if you look at the people like the Westminster Bridge attacks and all the other things, there's a certain pattern going on here. Look in Ireland. What was it? 2 months ago, where it caused the riots, where some guy stabbed a woman and stabbed those little children again and again and again. When do we learn enough is enough? What about protecting us? This government is letting all these people in here, and they're putting our children, our wives, and our loved ones at risk. Where's the protection for us? Why do we have to be? We're victims, but they are treated like the victims. I'm surprised the police, they have put some things out saying, "Oh, please, the acid attack to Abdul, please come in. It looks like you're hurt. You need to be, looked after." That's what they're coming out with. Fuck all this. I've had enough of it. This is a time. We can't let it
calm down.
Anymore.
Calm down.
I'm sorry, but
take a breath.
I've been just watching so much, and it's starting to build up and build up and build up, and it's just wrong, isn't it? It's just wrong.
The problem we have, Simon, there's only two political parties that are strong enough to get into Parliament. Okay, so let's look at history. In 2003, it was Sir Keir Starmer who went to the High Court to make sure that migrants get paid the day they land in this country, to get paid. It was Sir Keir Starmer, head of the Labour Party, who stopped the Rwanda movement, who stopped the flights. He is responsible for what is happening now, and he wants to be the next Prime Minister. So people need to be careful who they vote for, I'm telling you, because that's the guy that started this mess off by giving them money the minute they landed. That was an attraction for all of these people. That's why they want to come here. Get a house, get money without having to work. That's what they see. That's what they hear about. But that's down to him. and he's got a lovely advert out. Vote for Labour. We'll set this country right. No, he won't. He loves them coming over here. He doesn't care. Not about the people that live here.
Why would you want to destroy? I mean, you wouldn't invite a load of fucking psychos into your home with your children, would you? That's exactly, if you zoom out a bit and then zoom back in on what's going on in our country, who would let someone like that in their home?
Well, he did it. He went to court and he did it.
They're destroying this country.
That's what we're being forced to. That's what we're being forced to do. That's what we're being forced to do. Is literally to open our front doors.
Even if you're the most strongest atheist out there, would you not start to believe now that there's fucking good and evil and there's a Satan and devil and everything? Because it is what happened in October 7th. I've seen the videos and I'm not going to repeat what I've seen because you will not sleep tonight. It is the most. I've seen some fucking horrible horror films, where they're really graphic and people go out in the cinema walking out. It is worse than that. How can a human being do that to another human being?
It's unbelievable what people are capable of, mate. Dan, I'm going to sign out on my phone. I'm going to sign it on my phone. I'm going to sign back in on my PC. It's decided to work again now. So,
all right.
So I'll be back in a minute. All right.
Fine, your phone. Like I said, guys, I'm sorry in the chat and everything. I'm a bit passionate tonight, but it's just getting to a point where something must be done. I don't know if it's too late or not.
But the problem is, right, sitting here getting angry about it.
Not angry.
Well, we are. We're all angry about it, right? But sitting here and getting up and angry and having it affect our mental health, right, is what they want. They want us to do that. Okay, Simon Sideways said the other day, right? We need somebody who's going to stand up and lead people. And he also said it's not going to be him. Just in case anyone's watching, he said it's not going to be me, blah, blah, blah. I'd do it. I fucking would, but I'm not political enough. I don't understand enough about it. All I know is what I know, and I don't like what I know. Right? Simple as that. But we do. We need somebody who is good. As I said, we need somebody who is going to get into that position and say, right, fuck the lot. I don't care whether you like me or not. I'm not here for you to like me. I'm here to make this country what it should be. Hello, Tina. Exactly. And that's what I'm going to do, whether you want it or not. Okay, this is what needs to be done.
Even if you've got no kids, even if I didn't have any kids, I would still be like this because I'd be worried about your kids, and your kids, or your nieces. Because when good men do nothing, I am old school, and I just can't. I love my country, but it's just fucked up. It's got to be. Something's got to be done now. I'm sorry. I feel like some kind of preacher
no, you've got a strong voice there. You've got a strong voice there, Simon, and I love you to death for that. I appreciate parts of what you're saying, but until we take action against France, who are allowing these damn boats to come here, it's never going to stop. We paid them last year 83 million for the police.
Oh, that and the rest. We paid for all that. Those walls as you drive in towards Calais and that, and all that. Yeah. What good did that do?
Nothing.
But again, if you're France, you wouldn't want them to stay in your country. Look at this fucking shithole France is. I've been around.
If they had somebody in Parliament, if they had somebody in Parliament, like Dan said, that person in Parliament should step up to the bar in the House of Commons and say, right, Macron's doing this by sending all these dinghies to our country. No, we're going to send the wank of the bill for the money they want, the food they want, and everything else. That's what we should be doing. But there's nobody in Parliament strong enough to do it.
No, I disagree with you on that, Tina, because I love you, but we should have not taken them in the first place. This fucking stupid Rwanda deal. What you don't realise is, for everyone we send over there, we're getting a few per person. Say like we're getting 5 of them. They've got medical conditions to come over here to drain our NHS even more. Look at the money that's been spent on it. We should have
been grounded again, hasn't it, though?
Hotels that
are been grounded.
Oh, it's just what? Why? It's
I don't know,
but
we're just going to lighten the mood up a little bit as people talking about my hair in the chat. So
ooh, looks good, Dan. Looking good.
Yeah.
I know
great.
I might not need a defibrillator then.
What colour is it going to be? Is it going to go dark, or are you a ginger?
I don't know. Roland.
to grow out first. No, listen, right, I'm grey. There's not a lot I can do about that, and I'll be grey for the rest of my life. Clearly,
a sign of distinction.
But I can, just for men, do have this thing where you wash your hair with it and it slowly colours your hair until you get it to the point you like. Now, I would like my hair a little bit darker, not quite as grey. I don't mind a bit of grey. So that's what I'm going to be doing. And my hair over the next few weeks may become a little bit darker, not a great deal, but maybe a little bit. But the actual job went really well. I'm well chuffed with it.
Yeah, it's really good. It's coming back really well.
Me too. I'm just saying to hold on to.
Now you should dye it grey. Complete the transformation.
No, Jack, no. No. I'd like to say something in the way we've been talking at the moment. I appreciate the multicultural country that we are. I appreciate every single culture I've enjoyed throughout my 63 years coming up. The Jamaican music, the food, the Indian culture, Nepalese. We've got so many things here that we live on. If we didn't have that, we'd be a boring fuck shit of conservatives. I'm fucking sure of that.
Beans on toast every day would be fucking boring, would it? I love the different cultures, different languages.
Oh, it's great. It's great.
I learn as well.
Yeah.
Baked beans on toast is boring. I love what we've got going on, but it's when something is overpowering what we have.
I agree. I totally agree. I'm with you, Simon. I can't stand the fact that our government sat on their ass doing nothing about these boats. We take on people that are escaping war, not just people that want to come here to cause chaos. I remember seeing a video, I don't know whether you guys did, it was about 4 days after a boat had landed at Dover. There were some men that escaped. Within the next 48 hours, they were sat in the back of a London taxi cab with their faces covered up, holding AK-47s.
That would surprise me. And look at what's going on in Africa. There's 250, and it's been going on for years, by the way, per day being slaughtered and murdered. Christmas Eve, there was over 500. I've still not seen the videos.
I think they still
genuine refugees. Why are we not taking them? That will be happy.
This is what exactly. I think they've got over 1 million slaves still in America. Child soldiers, workers, military, but they are slaves to who they belong to. And if you don't work as a child soldier, they'll cut your feet off so you can't run away, and they'll just leave you in a jungle somewhere. These are kids. So they still got a million plus in Africa. Yes.
Oh, but in America, bloody Nora.
No.
Africa. Obviously.
I can tell you what I dislike about America. I've watched a load of videos of a particular auditor over there, and he always carries a sign saying "God bless the homeless" and the vets. He's a military man, but he shows you places in America. You've got the nice posh parts where the ladies go and get all their nails done and not poo-poo. But then he shows you the homelessness. They don't even take care of their pensioners over there. They're in their 90s, sleeping on the streets.
Well, anyway, Jack, as a young man, Simon, shut up. Jack, as a young man, what have you got out of all this that's been going on, mate?
Just what's been going on recently?
That?
Well, I mean, for one, I don't really take notice of the news because it's a lot of bullshit on there anyway. I mean, parents watch it pretty much every single morning, and it's boring for one, and also most of the information you get from that, it's all mainstream media, isn't it? So you can never trust them anyway. But it's just crazy, isn't it? That the people who are actually trying, to stand up for the country, and you've got all the political organizations, MPs that are just tearing us down bit by bit, tearing this country to bits. I mean, there'll be nothing left by the time they're finished.
Yeah. Well said, Jack.
Exactly.
I'm happy with Jack's reply, because you and me, like the older generation, I want this young lad to enjoy his life, to live that bubble, to think. Do you know what I'm saying? That not to know what's really. I know I shouldn't be saying this because everyone should know what's going on in the world, but Jack, you've had enough shit to put up with in your life. I just want you to have a happy life and just be in that little bubble where. Do you understand what I'm saying? I want you to be happy. I want you to enjoy your life at your age now, like I did.
But this is why I'm asking Jack, because he's the one that's still going to be here when we've all gone. He's young enough. If he survives what they're planning, then he's going to be the only one in this panel at his age that's going to be left.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And those are the ones that we
when they
should
come
be looking
in
after.
And a bad thing about that is he's never going to be able to experience the things that we experienced as we were growing up.
But do you not think though with that we don't know we didn't know any different, like say the generation before, like our parents whatever, we didn't have the insight to know then. So whereas Jack's on here now, we've got social media and everything, so he's going to know what we've all spoken about as old people, all different age ranges. Whereas back when we were younger, we weren't allowed, we didn't have that privilege, or not so much of a privilege, I don't think necessarily, because adult conversations were never around kids. So before we've heard about stories in the war, we've heard about them kind of stories, but the day-to-day living, children, or not, I'm not saying you're a child, obviously, but like young adults, like even my daughter's age, she's 26, she was never, and she still isn't part of what we speak about now. It's not and I think it's more of a hindrance. I don't know if that puts more concern, anxiety, whatever on the younger generation, us all talking about it, and the way in which we do talk about it, I think in passionate ways, both sides of it. Sometimes I wonder if that puts a lot on like young shoulders, in my own opinion.
Yeah, but Angela, we're at an age, right? You and I, right? And most on the panel, except for Jack, that something like for me, when I was a young boy at Jack's age, I'll be in a nightclub. Let's be honest, guys, right? You find some bird, and you spend all your taxi money on getting there drunk, and having a bit of a fucking funky time, and you could walk home.
Exactly,
not worried about being fucking pissed out of your head. Nowadays, like for people in Jack's age group, are you going to get robbed or raped or attacked?
That happened back then, though. It still happened back then. Of course it did.
Back in the 90s, I was watching some
It
videos
probably didn't happen nearly as often as it does now.
And it did, but you've got to see the way in which media spreads. Literally, like the way it is now, we hear about all these things more because it's said more, and because we speak more about it on here because we think it's wrong.
Honestly,
and I think like you've got.
The statistics will show that there is rising. There have been rises in certain types of crimes. If you look back at the statistics of crime, certain types of crime in the 90s compared to now, and they have increased.
But then if you look at the social side of things, you will then see that that's changed. You've got poorer areas, you've got richer areas, you've got more people. Of course, things are going to rise, aren't they? With the way society goes on, things are going to rise and increase and decrease and stuff with everything the way it's been, 30 odd years. So, of course, things are going to change like that in the amount, but that will just go with the developing population, surely.
Well, I agree. I think they've got to learn it from somewhere. I think they've got to learn somebody. I mean, for example, the crimes that were few and far between years ago. Granted, people used to get stabbed years ago, but generally that was when they were trying to kill somebody, like the gangster, right? Trying to kill somebody. There was a far lesser amount of people that were just getting sliced up in the streets. Okay, like there is now. It certainly wasn't as many youngsters getting turned over in the streets as there are now. So where has that mentality come from? You know,
and the 12-year-olds snapping up bus drivers, and my missus come to me now. She could say, "Oh, we run out of milk." I could go to a local shop around the corner, and there could be a group of little hood rats, 12, 14, bullying another kid. I could step in. It's happened. A dad got stabbed in the eye with with a screwdriver and died. It happens all the time. But now we've become so desensitized to it.
Well, because we don't have what we used to have, I think, is the police force we had when I was a child. There was PCs on the street. There was a local police station nearby. My mother never had to lock her door. We had neighbours popping in and out all the time. It was an open place to live in my childhood. It really was. Yeah. It was a safe environment.
We had communities, and this is another thing though, that like
scared of going to court because you know you're going to go down for a long time. Now, what is it? I mean, fucking most.
Yeah, they get a slap on the wrist. You're right.
Get because they didn't know he's under 16 to have sex with a 12-year-old. Suspended sentence.
Right.
Look at
sorry, hang on. Yeah, Angela was going to say something. Then go on, Angela.
I forgot. Don't worry, I forgot. Oh my god! Oh no! Bloody hell! I forgot even what it was about. How about that?
Jack,
what was it?
Go on, Jack, while Angela's thinking.
This is going to be an interesting.
Roger used to be a doorman, right? So, Roger, back in your day.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Jack. Where'd you get your hat from?
Can't hear you, mate. Dan's chatting. Go again.
Right, so you used to be a doorman back in the day. You're old school. You're old school.
Yeah.
And I love you. Right. Now, tell me about the experience you had when you was on the doors back in the day. What for what you see in the papers now.
Well, today they've got to stay within a lot more rules than we had to, obviously, with the licensing, the SIA. Now, what a lot of people don't realise, in other areas before the SIA became, we actually had to do a council course to obtain a licence.
Yeah.
Before that, it was a free-for-all. If you open your mouth the wrong way to a doorman, you got it filled in.
Yeah,
simple as. And nobody said a fucking word about it. And they learned the lesson.
Because you deserved it.
And they learned the lesson.
Yeah. So if a system was brought in here, hiya, hi honey, hi darling. If the system was brought in here, the same, hiya, to the United States, they've got a system of when somebody offends, they get put into prison. But while they're in prison, they have to pay for everything in there. Basically, they build up money. So when they come out, they have to pay for a tag. They have to pay for their fines. It's put on their wages if they don't pay it. So how many young people do you think, if they were convicted of a crime in court, would want to pay for their probation officer and their tag? Because they wouldn't, would they? That would put them off. They like their money.
Human rights.
Well, so then they just wouldn't get a job, or they'd work and they'd get given a job and they'd make it so they got the boot.
Money.
So they're
yes, they do.
They don't have to pay for
no,
it.
Even if they get benefits, they can still deduct money to pay the fines in America.
Yeah, but over here, you can only take a certain amount of that money. So they're still not going to be paying as much as they would be if they was working. It's like some people on benefits now who purposely go on benefits because they don't want to work, and they'll live on that. Even if they've got to pay something, they still they have to live on a bit less money, but they still don't want to work, and they won't go to work in order to make money. Court fines can take whatever they want from your benefits. That's what they thought.
So when I did the young offenders work, I went and explained to the judge in a court about a young lad who had epilepsy, and he was living off JSA, which was £56 a week, and they were taking 40 out of his money. He couldn't even afford to buy food. So I went to the court and said, excuse me, but the DWP's got a rule that you can only take £3.75 per week. So that should be the amount you're taking, because he can't pay for his electric, can't pay for his gas, and he can't buy food. This boy's got an epilepsy, and the judge agreed, but they're still doing it. They're still taking major fines from people's money and leaving them really short.
Angela, you remembered what you wanted to say?
Yeah, sorry. It was about to do with when you said about policing and stuff, and policing was different. But I do think, again, it was more about the community was different. And again, going back to the way things are now, and people talk about the people that come over, like the Muslims and Islam, and then you've got us, how we used to be. Like, people say, oh, well, I loved it how it was like 20, 30 years ago, but when we were younger, and might not just be for everyone, but it was very much like church, and a Sunday was you're off on Sunday, spent time with your family at the weekend, and that's how things were when we were younger. But we don't do that anymore as a country, and so therefore the community, I think, then has split up due to the fact that we are more, I don't know, advanced, say, than these countries where the people are coming from, but they're still very much within their own culture, like we used to be 30 years ago. And I think then we look at them as being very, I don't know, within their religion, but we did used to be like that at one point. And I don't think we should condemn people for being like that, because when we once were, but I do think since then, since a lot of things have gone online, or since, I don't know, we stopped having like a 5 or 6 day week, we do seem to then be about, I don't know, we're all online, we talk about things more online. Things seem to be massive now because we're all communicating about it on here, whereas normally you'd only speak to next door but one, or such and such down the road, and or your family. And politics was never discussed at Christmas, and neither was religion. You know, that was the rule. And I do think we do tend to talk about things more, and things are massive. But I don't imagine like the IRA bombings and stuff like that. But imagine what social media and what we would all be talking about now if that was going on. Like we wouldn't speak to the Irish, we might not speak to such and such. Do you know what I mean? And I just think it's very much we have to go with the times. I don't think looking back is a good idea. I think we just need to be looking forward at the way things are going now. And remember, it's never going to go back to how things were. So we've got to look at going forward to how we can make it become, and go with the times and channel it and just go with it, create it rather than get it created for us, if that makes sense.
It does, Angela. Well said. Well said.
The times are changing. Well, we all know the times are changing. However, they're changing in favour in favour of certain people. Now, whether that be the people, whether that be for the people in government, right? They're changing things for their own benefit, or whether it be, you know, remember, you only need 3.5%. It's 3.5% of the population, okay, can make political change. Okay, we've already got, and I'm going to use this as an example because it's the only one I know of. We've already got 6 to 8% of the country as Muslims, Islam. Okay. It only takes 3.5%. This is a what's it called? This is something that's been looked into by scholars, should we say? I can't think of the fucking word, but they've looked into it and they've analysed it, and it's called the 3.5% rule. And we've already got 6 to 8% of you know, basically Christian country that are now Muslim, and that percentage is getting larger. So they can make political change, and there's fuck all really anybody else is going to be able to do about it.
Right, Angela, you have to remember, you've gone about 20, 30 years ago. I mean, now these days, right? Who really knows their neighbour? Who really talks to their neighbour these days?
That's my point about
it. Because, you know, I could be sat here, like last week, I'm looking at my CCTV as we speak, and I'll show you. You know, I've got my CCTV on there, and I can see what's going on here. And I remember an ambulance parked outside this old girl's house the other day, and they were there for like 3 hours. And I stayed up until like 1 o'clock in the morning, keeping an eye on that camera. The reason being was she's a nice old girl, and I spoke to her once, and I know she ain't got a family near to us, but she's got a lovely dog. This dog takes her for a walk. She's got sciatica, poor girl. And I was just thinking, I was going to go. I was just waiting to see if the ambulance took her away, because if they started to take her away on the stretcher or anything, I would have gone over there. One reason only, to ask if I could look after a dog. I know it's a silly little thing. I know it's a silly little thing.
No, but that shows kindness, though, doesn't it? That's kindness.
It does show kindness to neighbours.
It's our culture that we've been brought up with, that we watch out for each other. In my last address, I've been here like 4 years now. In my last address, I was there for over 20 years. I knew everybody in streets and streets and streets beyond, because I don't know if it's because I was the only one with CCTV outside the house, and the things that I captured and saw, people, if someone got their car robbed or broken into, they'd come and ask me. But it's been neighbourly. Those things, our culture, are slowly disappearing, are just going away, because we can't trust anybody these days. Hello.
I think the segregation that was caused was by the big, you know what, with the sea. So that shutdown caused a lot of issues with people getting to know each other, and it separated communities. And I don't know whether any of you have got these LTN networks that have gone in blocking off communities as well, because that's caused a rift. My area is filled with pensioners that have been here most of their lives, because the house I live in was part of a farm. So they were workers' cottages, workers' houses. So they bought their properties after their parents passed and stayed in it. So they're in their 70s, 80s and 90s. And they were split apart by these low traffic networks because some would agree, some didn't. They couldn't get taxis to go there. They couldn't get any shopping done because the prices went up because they had to go miles around to get to their houses. Also, doing repairs was difficult. But that's what changed us at the moment, I think, as a society, was the COVID when it shut us down. Everybody became insular.
I think when Labour got it, you got to look like everybody here, you know, Dan, Roger, you, Tina, and even Graham there in the bottom corner. Right, we and everyone in the panel, right, we're the salt of the earth. There's nothing left out there for us. There's no help. The NHS, everything else, the governments, and everything is fucked. The housing system. We're the only ones that are going to look after each other. We're the only ones that are going to look after each other. That's why I say to you guys, we got to like come together as as people, as a nation, or whatever, because no one else is going to help us. It's just us here now, right now.
Well,
like
lockdown was a big experiment. It was nothing to do with health and safety. It was an experiment to see how many people in this fucking shithole country of ours would comply.
That's what it was.
Nothing to do with health and safety.
No, it wasn't. We know that now. And I'm grateful for some of the things that you and Dan have done on that in the past, Roger, because that's true. It was a separation move. They wanted to see if we complied with the rules. That's what it was done for. And it split families apart. It split neighbours apart. And they're too afraid to make any communication again.
They're still pushing the medical intervention. If they were that serious about it, why have they only ordered enough for the 5% of this population of this country to take it up?
And what pisses me off, right, is how on earth are they trying to tell us now that it's going back up again, blah, 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 when they're not giving out tests like we used to before. We used to have to before, like, test if it come back positive, then we used to have to let them know. Or
because
they're not even getting tests anymore because we have to pay for them, cheeky bastard. Sorry for swearing. Oh my God.
There is no issue.
Jack
They're telling people, sorry, I'll shut up.
It's all right. Go on, Jack. You want to say something?
I was just going to finish what I was saying earlier.
Well, let's move on.
I saw a YouTube video a while back about the state of the country, right? And they compared it to 1940s Germany, right? Considering how bad it was back then, right, with what was going on, which I won't really...
Oh, he's knock on the door.
No, my brother just came in. He's annoying as usual. So, yeah. So,
his family. You can lead him.
Yeah. So, they basically compared what's going on now, or compared to what happened back then to now, but like 10 times worse. Yes, like I mean, a lot of things happened which were interesting. You know, I don't really want to go into it, but there were certain things that maybe might not happen now, like you know, killing of a certain group of people because of the, you know, not that, but people comparing that to what's going on now, and that what's going on now is probably 100 times worse than what happened back then. There were certain things that happened back then that obviously weren't as bad, but there obviously was things back then that were probably a lot worse than what's probably not going on now. So it's one of those. But if you understand what I mean, there were certain things that happened back then that probably it wasn't as bad, but are even worse now, and vice versa. So, which was an interesting way to compare. But I thought to myself, I mean, yeah, that does make sense considering the government's trying to push these different agendas on us. They're trying to get us to do this, that, and the other. Trying to tell us, you know, it's like they're trying to tell us what to eat, what to drink, where to go, when to go. You know, tracking our locations, GPS, everything. You know, something as simple as like I know it sounds stupid, but something as simple as cookies that you get in your browser, right? That has information that tracks everything that you do.
It does. I couple of days ago, and I keep getting these fucking advertisements all the time. But I bought it now. Fuck off.
It was even to the point where it was even to the point where you don't even need to say, like, you don't even need to speak to any of these, you know, like Amazon Alexa or Google Home or whatever. You don't even need to do that. You don't even need that around you, right? Even if you've got your phone around, you just say something, right? People have done lots of tests. You just say something, right? They disconnect they might disconnect the camera, they might disconnect the microphone, right? They've got nothing, there's not got no other sort of technology in the room, no phones, nothing, right? And they start speaking about a certain topic. In this case, they use dogs as an example, right? Sorry, dog treats. And nothing was popping up. In fact, you probably got probably got like a dog treat here and there, but it was nothing continuous. But as soon as he plugged his microphone back in and he started rambling on about dog treats for a minute, dog treats started popping up advertisements on his computer.
We've mentioned this on it before.
It's crazy, isn't it?
You get your phone and you turn it completely off, it knows exactly where you are still. Did you know that?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
You know your drone, because your drone works on GPS, it will know exactly where you are.
I'm still waiting for the old Facebook police. Listen, I'll tell you what, I've got a good idea, guys. How about this? Who would be in agreement with this, right? I've got a cunning plan. How about when everyone in chat and then and the next few weeks, summer's coming. How about we meet like Central England? All of us have like a big barbecue kind of bar party.
Hang on, did you say you've got a running clam?
That's not different anything.
Who would like to do that? Everybody meet up in the summertime and we have a big barbecue kind of thing, a bit of a fun day with our family, with our kids. We're all like-minded people here. We're all birds of a feather. How good would that be?
Because the police would see that as some kind of illegal gathering, and they would come down on us with their fucking riot.
Bring you pillowcases with the holes in it.
I was just going to say, Simon, no one wants to see old man arse.
I would love to, Simon, but for me, it's travel. I can't travel with my current health, so.
Yeah.
I don't know, but there might be people next to you that could bring you in the car. We could do the car test.
Right, there's only one person that drives. There's only one person that drives me regularly, and that's my brother. And I love him to bits. But he's the biggest fart ass moaner I've ever met for a 53-year-old.
But he wouldn't be picking you up. It could be Roger or Jack or.
That's a long way to come to pick me up. I'm
sure. I'm gonna ride a little mini motorcycle.
Not enough room on the back.
It's up for this. Press number 1 because I'm up for this.
But you know full well though, Simon. You know full well, right? No matter how you explain the meeting up going to be, right? Oh, we're going to have fun. We're going to have a barbecue. It's just like-minded people, right? That would be seen by the powers that be as a far right Nazi group march. Okay.
Yes. I'm a snoof.
And they would turn up in their fucking hundreds, borrowing police from neighboring towns, okay, to make sure that all you're doing is to make sure you're not cooking bacon. Make sure you're not cooking bacon in the smell zone of somebody.
I was just about to say, this is something I'd be doing.
I'll
come put you on the
Yeah, well done, Jack.
My Scottish when I say it's a barbecue.
A picnic. Sorry. On private land.
Come on, guys. Come on. Look, fuck what everyone thinks. If we all met up in some park or something, at some woodland.
Hey, what about my farm? Hello, farm.
Simon, I'm unfortunate to tell you, but your implied rights of access have been removed.
What? Oh yeah. What? What are you about?
Removed? What's been
I said
removed?
his implied rights of access have been removed. He'll have to sit outside of the property and eat his sausages and bacon.
I like
it is nice to visit people, but for me, I couldn't travel that far. So that's where I lose out on meeting you people in person. So I'd love to meet everybody, but I simply can't.
Tina, what county are you in?
I'm in Devon.
Oh, that's okay. But let's
Really?
do it closer to Devon then.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm lucky if I can get in a car and travel to Exmouth, which is 15-minute beach away from me. That's how much pain I'm in. So I couldn't travel that far. No way.
Anyway, we could all still raise
You
a
know
glass
what,
for you.
Tina? I spent many years at Sandy Bay, is it, down there?
Oh, that's a lovely beach, that is.
On the holiday.
My favourite is the surfing beach, Newquay. That is a beautiful place.
I got the skateboard from Pat Willis.
Because I've got a small house, I can only invite one person at a time to come down here. So
I mentioned a far right Nazi and one turns up. Look.
Good evening.
Do you like my doctor's mask, man?
How you doing? I it's very nice.
Yeah, I made it all by myself, and the police stopped me whilst I was wearing it.
Is it stuffed with herbs? Is it stuffed with
Pardon?
herbs?
No, well, no.
With herbs.
No, I didn't. It's just made out of normal paper that I made, and I was walking down the street today, and I had toilet bowls in my cage during the tea thing, and the police stopped me. They were like, "What are you doing?" Like, Angela, what are you doing? And I had to put it like down my forehead. It looked like a bit of a twat, but yeah. I was like, I'm clearly just going to my friends, right? I thought, right, dickhead, but I've got it all on Snapchat. It's all good.
The government said you can make your own masks up. They didn't say what.
Yeah, I did feel a bit of a dick, I'm not going to lie, but I found myself funny. I got told off for a vest shirt I had on because it had a little mouse on there, and the words that it said was, "If I want your fucking opinion, I'll ask for it." And the mouse was sticking his finger up as well. So, and he said, "That's abusive. Could you pull your jacket over?" I said, "No, it's got nothing to do with you what I wear. You're not the fucking fashion police."
That's as funny as Dan's t-shirts that he's got. What is it?
I've got loads of them.
You got the me and your mum one. That's a good one.
Yeah. But you're allowed to wear what you want.
I haven't got a t-shirt about you and my mum. Oh right.
Do you remember? Anyone remember the Iron Maiden t-shirt with its two fingers sticking up?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Well, there was a young man many years ago now walking down past one of the cinemas in town, and I was sat on the bench. This copper went up to him because a lady was offended by the two fingers sticking up, and he was trying to get him to take it off. And I walked across and said, "What do you think you're doing?" He said, "It's offensive." "No, it's not. Grow up, Aaron. Pay off and leave the boy alone. You're allowed to wear whatever you want in the way of clothes. We don't live in a society where we've all got to look the same. So tell her to mind her business."
I actually made
their uniform is offensive. Oh,
I actually made a design for merch, didn't I, for the channel, which was just a hand doing that, saying section 5 this.
It's so fun to do. I got over 50 different style vests like I wear like this, but they've got a picture of a cartoon animal at the top, and there's always a rude message underneath. And I enjoy wearing those in the summer. I'm pissing people off. I'm one of these people that will never conform to anybody telling me what to do with my life. That's me. So if people don't like it, don't come near me. I will help anyone that needs help, but I will not have anybody telling me how I live my life. Never.
No, that's how you should be.
Simon definitely don't need help. He makes a big entrance.
This guy, JJ says Celtic. They're not as hang on, JJ. They're not as offensive as Manchester United shirts, though.
Dirty.
Hey Simon, do you know the next time you leave and you come back, all you need to do then is a courtesy or something?
Do you want to teach me how to do it? Because I heard you.
No. I think you've probably got enough experience before him.
Has anybody noticed that Manchester United t-shirts always seem to have spaghetti down the front? when they're trying to eat their dinner, they're dribbling it all down themselves.
But this is where it comes in, Dan, like you've said on a lot of your sites, like Roger's done as well. They are trying to change the way we think and the way we look. They are trying to program people in this country. And I believe in that. You can't wear this, you can't do that, you can't go down that way, you can't go down this way. And all the police get from me is a middle fucking finger. If you want to arrest me, I've got a good solicitor. So carry on.
So can I identify as a female robot?
According to the law, you can identify as what you want.
But bear in mind, the first thing you say when I identify as is
even when you're dead as well, you can identify.
Yeah.
What is that? I heard you say that, Simon. What's that about? Can somebody explain what that's about?
So some Labour MP has said that you can identify as being a woman, or you can change your gender after you're dead.
Well, that's not going to be you that changes it, is it?
Is that not? No, is that not to do with the whole? You can allow that person once they've died to be the gender that they wanted to be in life, so you afford them that right.
I don't think that's right.
After you died, apparently you can change it. Labour MP is calling.
Yeah, so say if they've been living all their life as like well, I'd say they've been living. Say if they were born male, but they've been living their life then during it as a female, then to put down on like the death certificate, or they would go down as being a male. They're allowing they're not now to say that they can put down as a female because that's how they live their life and it's their right as right as a person.
They can't. No, they can't, Angela.
Is that not what we were talking about, though? Is that not what this was about earlier?
It's a funeral director, and we know exactly what goes
No,
on.
no, I know. It was a politician brought it up, I think. Was that not what was just earlier on?
Right, I've got it here. I've got it open here. This is to do with the Gender Recognition Act.
Yeah.
It was MP Charlotte Nichols suggesting that dead people should be able to change their gender. However, this is the and I've just read the article, well, some of the article very, very quickly. This is to do with if somebody lived their life as a particular gender, then they should be legally remembered as that gender after they die. Now, I thought that would have been the case anyway, because if you go and say, well, I'm legally a woman now, even though you've got a penis, then, or not just a penis, but even though you've got, prostate, let's do it that way. If you lived as that person through your life, aren't you supposed to be able to get a certificate?
No, because it doesn't change the birth certificate, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Well, no, I don't change.
The birth and death certificate will be your birth be keeping that the same, wouldn't it?
Right, okay, which is fine.
We're a mammal the same as a dog, yeah?
Right, but imagine it this way. I was born with one name, right? I changed my name by default to be known by something else. When I die, I'm known by the name that I'm known as now. So when a trans person, okay, it doesn't go on there. Well, he was known as XYZ when he was born. It just says this is his name when he was dead, right? So a trans person. I don't think that's quite true.
When someone dies and they've got, say, the partner's name, if they got married and stuff, I think the sex part of it is different because when people die, do they not keep their gender similar? They won't keep it the same, haven't they? That's what they've been doing, obviously. Because
so
they have a box on everything these days. What do you identify as? So when the person dies, it should be on there. Male identified as female.
Yeah, I've just died. Excuse me, I was a male. I was a female. You know what I mean? Like, you can't.
So
male, but identified as a female. Drop down box on everything these days, isn't there?
Not when
so in effect, they can change the death certificate. Is that what you're saying, Dan? They can change the death certificate to identify what they lived as.
This is what they're trying to say. They're trying to say that they want the Gender Recognition Act to be amended to say that Simon knows about prostates. He does. According to the Thai restaurant manager. But
because Rev Simon wants to be known as on his.
And I don't see an issue. I don't necessarily see an issue with that. If somebody has legally, as they can legally change gender in the eyes of the law, okay, I'll put it that way. Therefore, when they die, okay, it should say what their gender was at death. or what they identified as at death. Under the law, if they were allowed to identify as a female, then I suppose on a legal document like a death certificate, it should say somewhere that they identify as a female. But I think it should also say on there, because it's going to get very confusing in the future when, you know, after the nukes go off and humanity reborn starts finding death certificates in hospitals, and they go, hang on a minute, or digging people up and going, hang on a minute, it's got, you know, remains of a dress and high heels in here, but it's got a penis. What's going on? So you need to have on their death certificate, I think, either born a male identified as a woman, or born female identified as a male, something like that. Something like that. I don't see an issue with that necessarily.
It's going to really fuck up the archaeologists in years to come, isn't it, when they start?
Oh yeah, too right, Roger. It will. It will.
That's why I say they should. That's why I say it should be on the certificates. It should say what, you know, what they genetically were, biologically were. And if they wanted to identify as something else, then fine. I don't see too much of an issue with that. But from what I've read, they're not trying to, you know, they're not trying to retrospectively change people's genders whilst they're in the ground. From what I've read,
I think it's really at the moment. I've just googled it, as you do, and no, Google doesn't do everything, obviously, but I've lost it. Oh, there it is. Is it not? It says hang on 1 minute. To do with it says without undergoing the process of legal gender recognition and acquiring a GRC under the provisions laid out in the GRA 2004, a person has not legally changed gender, and therefore they would not be recognised in their new gender upon the unfortunate event of their death. So I think that's what it's saying. Unless you're going like legit do it, then that'll happen. Like you will just be put down as what you were when you were born.
I agree. With that.
Yeah.
If you want to be that person, you have to do it in it properly.
Yeah. You can choose what you want to be in the way that the woke stuff was put in. You're allowed to choose what you want to be. But when you say to someone, like I've done, I'm a human biological female, they get offended by that. I don't agree with that. I said, your opinion doesn't matter. It's what I see myself as. That's what you decided went into law, not you.
Yeah. Jay, what I've done though, Jay, like if I've ever been in court and I thought I'm never going to get sent to prison, and I'm saying this in a hypothetical, just in case anyone ever gets sent, but I've put down that I'm going to identify as a cat, because I thought I might get sent to a cattery. It's much nicer.
I identify as a parrot. I might grow another me out my grave.
Oh, there's plenty. We don't need another year. No, you can't ever.
Everyone can be what they want to be, but they can't force their opinions on you. You are you. You're different. Each of us are born unique. There's only one of you, unless you're a twin, and that's confusing. But yeah, you're born unique. So we have our own personalities and our own thoughts about that. But I actually think that it's wrong when they start saying like my generation, they call us a cis, and I was like, what the fuck is that? Sounds like a Scot. So
I fucking hate it when somebody calls me. Oh, you're cis. No, I'm not. I'm a fucking woman.
Yeah,
I'm a lady.
Not a what do you call them? You know, a born female or no, I'm a woman.
You were assigned female at birth.
If you really want you're a biological female. There you go. If you want the scientific term,
that's what I say, Jack. I'm a human biological female, and when people want to be greeted with what are these pronouns they use? Them, they, she, him.
Them, they, he, his, she, her.
I just say hello, human. So yeah, you don't want to call yourself humans. Hello, human. Hello.
I mean, by saying them and they, it makes that like there's more than one.
Well, this is how much
fuck off.
The last generation, when you've got a young girl out there saying she's going to sue her parents because they didn't get her permission to be born. Now, if that ain't fucked up, I don't know what is.
I remember that, Roger. That was really weird.
That was last week, that was.
My pronouns are now shit cunt.
There was one as well, Roger, that, you know, the internet we've got now, well, parents are starting to bring back parental control while their kids are at school. And there was a teenager who was 12, I think. She was 12, 13. She actually took her parents to court and said that she's going to sue them for taking away her rights to access the internet they pay for.
Yep. And the schools now, you don't have playtime. A lot of them are calling it iPad time.
Yeah.
And also, parents can be taken to court 7 years or 3 years if they don't let their kids do the gender thing.
The what?
Right, so some parents, I don't know if it's in England. I know it's in America, but if you stop your children from doing that gender thing, you know, that changing.
Oh yeah,
you could be imprisoned. You could be imprisoned.
Yeah, you can. Yes.
It's fucking ridiculous.
Angela, cis is just another made up word that they use for the weirdos to identify normal people with a pronoun. Okay, because they want to force us to have them as well, rather than just calling us man and woman, a cis male or cis female, which just means biological, born as and live as.
But the thing is, though, the thing with in their bid to get inclusive, you know, everybody inclusive, they're excluding women. We're not allowed to say breastfeeding. We're not allowed to be called a mum. We're not allowed to call ourselves a woman. We're not allowed to say I am a woman and I menstruate or anything. No, we're not allowed to do that. And they are excluding women in their fucking bid to be.
I am a woman and I menstruate.
Me, what my pronouns are. Now, if anybody asks, Simon, you always
Simon, wait. Go ahead, Rog.
Wait. I said, if anybody asked me what my preferred pronouns were, I would say, go fuck yourself, go away, because I'm not talking to you. You're woke.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even entertain them, no matter who it was.
No, they have to accept the opposite opinion. They must accept that, because they can't just walk all over us. It's not acceptable. I'm never going to stop doing it. If somebody says to me, "You're a cis," no, I'm not. I'm a human biological woman.
It's like people dictating what we can and can't eat. You know, vegan. I mean, for example, you got the whole LGBT and stuff like. You got vegans and stuff that will try and force their. You notice how it's only vegans mainly that you hear about that tend to force their views and try and get those that eat meat to change, but you don't get the other way around
because they want to feel special. Of course,
When you go
and also
vegan, it's all the food that's RTC'd is fucking that.
In most cases, I mean, there are a few cases. There are a few cases where, I mean, if you get the right nutrients and everything, you can have an okay-ish diet when it comes to eating, like, basically non-meat, but 9 out of 10 times, most of the nutrients that when you eat meat, that is obtained by the animal that eats, say, the grass, for example, or whatever food that they're being given, because the nutrients are inside their body. So when you eat, effectively, it sounds a bit grim, but when you eat the meat, whatever it might be, you're obviously going to have all the nutrients in it and all the protein and things like that in it. So, you know, I mean, those that go out to hunt animals, obviously, I mean, see in America, like people go and hunt not because they want to hunt, but because, do you know, when it affects population, right? So it can affect other wildlife as well. They do it to get rid of any excess animals. Yeah. But for those that just go out and actively hunt, I don't necessarily agree with. Like, I don't agree with someone going out and hunting. It's like fox hunting, or when, I mean, it happens quite a lot that you hear of in the UK, where they go out and they have like lots of dogs or whatnot, and they send them out maybe daytime.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, there's a difference between fox hunting and killing an animal to eat it, because fox. Yeah, but the thing is, though, it's. I haven't got an issue with humane culling, Go out there, hunt it, shoot it, get it done, get it over with. These dogs will rip these fucking foxes apart. That's what I'm against. Not only that, it's the way they treat their dogs as well. If when they're out, because we've got a hunt, we've got a Boxing Day hunt round here, and obviously they go out during the year as well. And if one of their dogs gets injured on a hunt, they fucking leave it out there to die.
Yep,
that's crazy.
Yeah, you're right.
They won't.
Kennels at Radley College for their hunting pack, and if you saw the way they fed them and treat them in there, it's absolutely disgusting.
It's horrible. If you look at Jersey and Guernsey, they do hunting, but it's done by drag. There's no animals that get disturbed whatsoever. They've done it for centuries. Somebody takes oil. Yeah, they do. Somebody drags the product up, and then the actual animals follow that smell. There is no animal that dies. I used to, be in Devon, there's loads of fox hunting down here and deer killing as well. And I was an anti-protester against it because I think it's cruel and it's not necessary for this to happen to an animal. So that's my passion. So I used to go out when I was younger and say, "You're not doing this," and we used to interrupt all hunts. I was threatened with arrest, but never got arrested.
Just want to give a 13-minute warning before the end of the stream.
Yeah, I was going to give it another couple of minutes and hold the clock up.
I drank loads of alcohol.
I was going to say something then. I was going to say, yes, this killing of animals that get injured. I mean, you wouldn't find that in the Afghani desert with the goats. Take them home.
Of course they would.
Eat.
They cook them, yeah.
That'd be no, that's their date for the night.
That's a horrible thought.
Boys, I'm getting laid. I'm getting laid tonight, boys.
Dan, can I
just answer Bulldog's comment there? Deers aren't hunted with dogs. They used to be.
Yes,
that's what the wolf hounds
were. Can I just put a bit of a pro thing to fox hunting?
The royal family, Rog, the royal family.
Yeah, like foxes are the royal family. Them, excuse me, I'm afraid stuff. But anyway, I'm not saying fox hunting's good whatsoever. However, do they do drag hunting obviously in the UK? But sometimes, the hounds do pick up the scent of a fox, and they do obviously the way in which they do kill them is terrific. But they do. The hunt masters generally do treat the hounds really well because they just do, and it's the hunt makes lots of money for themselves, but also they give a lot to charity. I'm not in any means. I'm not pro hunting because I don't like obviously the kill of the foxes do get caught. But at the same time, I also don't like it when the cattle, say the sheep, whatever, get killed just for that bit by the foxes. Because we're so overrun with foxes, and it's generally if it's the lame or the old foxes that are caught, because as we all know, foxes are sly and they get away, and they do generally. The healthy ones always get away without a doubt, and it's. Do you know what I mean? So it's the older and the lame ones which are going through pain anyway, as it is, and I'm not justifying it whatsoever. But when they're coming along and they're just killing your chickens because they can, not because they're hungry, because they can, and when they're coming like slaughtering your sheep and your lambs that are your bread and butter, do you know what I mean? It puts a different weight on it. Do you know what I mean? It kind of, and rather than shooting them, which most farmers do, it kind of.
For the panel and in the chat, what are Labradors bred for? Don't Google it.
They're water dogs. Water. It depends which type. You've got water. You've got retrievers.
Retrievers are different breed.
They are part of the Labrador, though. They're Labrador retrievers.
A Labrador was originally bred for fishing. Catching fish.
Water dogs.
Really?
Yeah, they're water dogs.
Yep.
What were Oompa Loompas bred for, Holly?
You are a fucking cunt, Daniel. I'm going to shave your lovely hair off in your fucking sleep. In fact, no, I'm going to fucking imac it. And your eyebrows.
Bring it on.
I'm not orange enough to be an Oompa Loompa.
No, Daddy loves cheese. Do you know why he loves cheese? He loves dairy leaves.
He loves cheese because he loves sucking your cock.
No.
Go on, mate.
It had to come out eventually.
Daddy loves dairy cheese. Daddy loves dairy cheese because kids will do anything with dairy cheese.
Simon, it is now out, okay? It is now out. You can now be free of all the anguish.
Yeah, you two have really got to. No, Simon, shut up a minute. You two have really got to come out of the closet because you are adorable. You make such an amazing couple. You really do.
Look, listen, he's the one that's closer in the closet than anybody. He's in his fucking man cave. At least I'm in the house.
Yes.
Yeah, but at least when he's up to whatever, at least no one's going to walk in on him.
I'm gonna. Oh, Dan, my case was heard on Monday. Just gone.
Was it?
Yeah, well, not all of it. Obviously, it was just a costings and something case, the hearing even, and so it's been given the go-ahead. Fucking November, they're taking the piss. Well, that's when they said they've got to have so much disclosure, evidence, whatever, by the end of March, and then the rest of the evidence at the end of May, and they've booked it for a 4-day trial. But they honestly think it's going to be November for a 4-day trial in Nottingham. They're actually still trying to defend it. How mad's that?
Okay.
It's
Yes.
just like, but yeah, so, but in the cheeky bastards, my bastard, sorry for swearing, I can't believe how much I'm swearing. My video, I told you, did I tell you last week about my video on TikTok about how they reported it and got it struck for bullying and harassment? Was that right? Yeah. That idiot, that bloody.
Poor
I
plot.
know. That is it. It was only proving what he did, so it's like, it's true, isn't it? So that's all I did back. I wrote back, and I was
That
like,
is
no.
lovely.
Look, he's even got a photo of you. He's got a photo. It's a wallet-size photo as well.
Why have you got your computer screen, you fucking weirdo?
I just want to point out that that's a much better picture of what I had of Dan in the bus when he was drinking his Coke.
Yep.
You're so adorable.
Or when his face was posted on Officer Doofy from Scary Mover.
Listen.
Dan, his nickname, my nickname from his Kenga.
Even if I was,
you have pet names. You have pet names for each other.
Even if I was,
my goodness.
Listen. If I was a pole smoker, he's way too old for me anyway. Oh,
I'm so proud of you two. You are an adorable couple. Hey boys. Hi Claire.
When you're getting engaged,
just put your headband, not your
lady in red. Hello.
Oh. She's got competition.
When you get engaged,
Dan.
Hang on. She doesn't look as moody as
No, Dan. This is really important. Dan.
Yes.
Do you get jealous of Claire because she gets to take Simon to bed every night?
That's a yes.
He probably dreams about it at night.
Yeah. I'm devastated. Yeah.
Sarcasm.
Devastated.
I know. I know. You tell me so often. You know.
Well, it's so good with his hands. I mean, just look at behind all those things he has working on, all them balls he plays with all day long.
Simon's just blushing. He's just blushing. Look at him.
I feel I am actually. I'm blushing because you come in here. I got this one. It's empty. I got this one nearly empty. I got this. I got this.
Well, that's why you're blushing.
I got this.
Listen, you're not going to fit them all up there, mate. Even with your case,
what I do when I say around dance, because that fucking rehypnol fucking makes my head go a little bit fucking spinning.
Good.
Do
you know what? I just
like chloroform.
Yeah, does this smell like chloroform?
Do you know the funny? Do you know? I was just I don't know why, but I just opened the private chat, right? and Angela mentioned about COVID mask. And a while back, I remembered seeing a video of someone made a COVID mask, and it was a picture of an arse on the mask. So when they put it on the face, it just looked like
That's great. That's funny. People did so many different ones. That was great.
It just said underneath, lick my arse.
Who said lick your ass? What are you talking about?
No. So do you know how people used to put like personalized stuff on face masks? Like they used to put like actual faces and stuff on there, so it looked like you weren't wearing a mask. Well, someone put as a joke a picture of an arse on the mask, and it said "lick my arse" underneath it. And so, and police used to go up to them all the time. What's that doing on your face? Oh, this is my face mask. And they obviously couldn't do anything about it, but it was pretty funny.
Was it one of those ones where you pull up at the traffic lights and you look over and some cunt sat in the car on his own with a fucking mask on? That's like having a wank with a fucking condom. Isn't it, Dan?
You know from past experience, don't you, Simon?
Hey, listen.
It's cheaper to go and buy a pack of 5 pairs of socks from Poundland than it is to buy fucking condoms.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me.
Right, 3 minutes, so I've got to go.
Yeah. Just a passing comment. I saw something on a YouTube channel by accident that popped up, and it literally freaked me out. I don't know how to handle it. And in America now, they've got silicone vests that a transgender mum will put on, and they have the nipples attached because they've had a breast enlargement, and the silicone vest contains the milk, and it looks, I'm not kidding, it looks like they're breastfeeding the baby, and they're being allowed to use breastfeeding centres in cafes and stuff where mums normally go.
There we go, Dan.
I'll just use this. I wouldn't put a fake tit on. I'll just use the one I've got.
No, it's not a fake boob.
You are a tit.
They just put the milk in for the baby, but it looks like they're breastfeeding because it looks like they're attached to the boob. They're trying to be the same as a woman who's breastfeeding.
That's gross. That's sick. I'm sorry, but if 10 years ago you saw a guy with a trying to breastfeed a kid, you'd ring the fucking police.
Yes, you would. I agree, Holly. I was sticking by it. It just popped up because I look at a lot of American videos. I follow a legal group called Midas Touch. They're really good. But this video popped up after. What the hell is that?
Well, you can't call the police.
It's wrong. Now. That's what it is.
You'll be the one that gets arrested if you call the police now. So.
Yeah, you would be. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised we don't actually have the bigotry law 2024 yet.
Oh,
bigotry
wow.
2024.
Wait for it.
Wait for it. It'll come.
Shit, just give them an idea, haven't I? Fuck
yeah.
Yes.
Simon,
about that. Look at that.
Right, I'm going to say good night, guys. I'm going to say good night. So everybody take care. I love all of you. All right, and I'll catch up with you guys soon. All right. Good night, everybody. Take care.
That product that I've put backstage, and that silicone thing, that breast thing, outrageous. Let me just tell you, because actual penises that women attach that ejaculate might get flavoured.
What? Say again.
Exactly. Huh?
What did you say? Say that again.
Penises for transgender people, or no, not trans, but whatever. Yeah, and they ejaculate and everything. I'm not even joking. Yeah, it's concerning me. But flavoured.
Flavoured
ejaculate.
Yeah,
but you can get dildos that do that as well.
Listen, you eat some pineapple and you got flavoured ejaculate anyway.
No, trust me. When I was shown this by transgender, pre, whatever you want to call them, I was like, you've got to be kidding me, right? And there's things in it that supposedly bars or something. I know far too much about this, so I really need to be shutting up. But I've changed my profile picture. Yeah. But anyway, no, I'm only kidding. But yeah, no, you need to go down. I'm just shutting up and fucking off. Yeah.
Oh shit! Where's my thing? Yeah, I do need to go. I'm just
going. Bye. Oh shit.
That's it. Right, guys, I will catch you all next week. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Again, we will go back to members-only live streams as of the first Sunday of next month. Thank you again for joining us. Thank you, panel. Thank you, everybody that's been involved this evening. I hope you've enjoyed yourself. with that, I will say good night. Bye now.
No.
Just like that.